Mostly, anyway. How's everybody doing tonight? Hope everybody's having a great day. And we're going to go ahead and start off with the hellos. And it looks like Thomas More Train's got the cookie. So it would seem. So Thomas, congratulations on the cookie. What's going on here? Good to see you here. And it's kind of weird. Let me double check something here. Oh, no. Okay, I'm sorry. Didn't go back far enough. Gerald Stewart got the cookie. All right, Gerald, good to see you. And you get the cookie. Train Man 1, you get the half cookie. You were the second one in. So hello and glad to see you. Thomas Moore, you get, I'm going to give you the quarter cookie because I screwed up and thought you were the first one. Anyway, glad to see you in here. And let's see what else we have. We have Wigwag Workshop. Steven, how's it going? We have Anfield Road Layout in the Loft. Hey, Lee, how's it going? Good to see you here. Curly Express. Dwight, good to see you. And, of course, Dundas Junction Model Railroad. James, how's it going? Good to see you here. And who else do we have? Ray Bertelson. Hey, Ray, how's it going? Schoolkill River Valley. Morning, John, or evening, John. Good to see you. I got my head up my butt today, don't I? Let's see what else we got here. Joe Rader, Black Rock Central Railroad. Hey, Joe, how's it going? Good to see you here. And Hot Dog Pilot Andy. Hey, Andy, how's it going? And who else do we have? We have Eagle Creek Railroad. Ben, how's it going? Good to see you here. And who else do we have? Okay, that's everybody. I'm caught up. Imagine that. Let me swing over here and get this all caught up. Okay, we good to go here? Yes, we are. Okay. I think so anyway. Anyway, good to see everybody here. Hope everybody's doing well today. And let's see, we got, what, 3 weeks till Christmas? No, 2 weeks till Christmas. Let's see, yeah, 2 weeks till Christmas. 2 weeks and a few days. Thomas Moore says, I sent you a picture in your email. The Coal Mine Railroad spike is too damn small. It can fit in your pocket. Really? Let me see. Did you send, oh, you sent it in the email? Okay. Let me check my email here. We'll get a peek at that puppy. There it is. Well, that is pretty small. Take a look at that. Is that about 3.5 inches long? Maybe almost 4 inches long? That's a tiny one. Now that's for the, that'd be for like what, an on 30? Or, not on 30, narrow gauge. That was the thing I was looking for. That's a narrow gauge one there. Alright, let's see here. Volume seems a little low. Is that a little better? I could raise it up just a little tiny bit. Let's see here. Settled properties. All right, is that better? That should be. All right, where are we at? Okay, Chasco. Hey, how's it going, Chasco? Good to see you. Whether to or not, Harry. Hey, Harry, how's it going? Okay, I think we're caught up again, maybe. Gerald Stewart says 5x5 on the audio. That's good. And James says, my trains are clean and shiny. Well, you don't want them all clean and shiny. You gotta have some old ones in service, right? Thomas wants to know if I'm Mr. Scrooge. Well, I probably could be. I'm not at the moment. But tomorrow, who knows? Andy says that in two done this church. Yeah, right? I know James has two of everything. At least two of everything. So, grab a sip of soda here. A little later on, I have a really cool video to show you guys. I've never seen anything like that before. I guess it's the first time for everything. It's train related. So we're going to show that maybe in about 10 or 15 minutes. We'll see. Hey, real artist. He's in the house. But cooking dinner, so we'll be in and out, off and on, here and there. Sounds good to me. And Thomas Morris says, bah, humbug. Okay. That'll be my line when the time comes. Oh, shit. Just wanted to let you know Wilmer's in the hospital. What happened to him? Is he going to be okay? Does anybody know? Definitely will say some prayers for him. I hope it's nothing serious. Larry says he should be okay. He had a fall, nothing broke. Well, that's good to hear. I always get nervous, you know, when you guys get hurt or something. Not good. Ray, Harry said that he had some sort of a fall, but nothing was broken. So that's good. I'm sure he's a little bruised up, though. Happens to all of us. You got to be careful these days. Start getting up there in years. All of us are at risk of falling and getting hurt. Ben wishes a Wilmer a speedy recovery, as we all do, Ben. All right, well, that's not how I plan on opening up my live stream today, but I guess it could be worse, right? The good thing is he's not in really deep trouble. So, anyway, Wilmer, if you're listening in on this, which is entirely possible, speedy recovery and prayers for you, and damn it, be careful, man. Thomas says, I fell over the damn gate in my house. Like, yeah, it happens, man. I've had a couple of falls already doing stupid things. I was in the train room about 8 or 9 months ago, maybe a little longer. I was trying to reach the upper top deck in the corner. So I had a two-step step chair or whatever, right? I'm on the second step. I got my right leg is weaker than my left because that's where the stroke hit me. Anyway, I'm getting ready to come down, and I thought my right leg would be closer to the floor than it was. Well, it wasn't. So when I went to go step on it, down I went, right on my butt I fell. I didn't get hurt, but, you know, you gotta be careful nevertheless. That's not the rant topic tonight. That there will be a rant. There's always a rant. Yeah, if you fall the ground shook. It shook here, believe me, all 220 pounds of me. Boom. James said if there's no rant, I will turn Jim off. Oh no, there will be a rant. There's always a rant. Harry says, I fell a year ago and tore 3 tendons, damaged a ligament, and tore the rotor cuff. Wow, that's a bad fall, man. You gotta be careful there, Harry. I said, well, we're all guilty of it, you know. You forget you're old. Next thing you know, you're on the ground. It's not good. You know. I'm very careful about what I do nowadays because I fell, that was about 6 or 7 months ago. I was in my laundry room. I was closing the door and it wouldn't latch, so I figured I'm going to try and pull it a little harder, right? Well, I had a curtain, not a curtain rod, a towel hanger rod on there to help pull it. That son of a bitch came off and down I went. Fell into the dryer. You know, my back hit the dryer. Oh man, did that hurt. And once again, it didn't break nothing. But it's like, I gotta quit doing stupid things. Ben says 220 about the same weight as me. And I'll tell you what, you know what it's like then, man. It's, I wish I could lose about 50 pounds. Maybe one of these days I will, but just not yet. But, I'm diabetic, and that makes it doubly hard to lose weight. But tell you what, though, man, you don't realize just how heavy you are until you come to that sudden stop at the floor. It's not good. Real artist says, I fell last June up at the cabin, hit the slick wood ramp to the deck, landed on my scapula, and fractured 3 thoracic vertebrae. All good. Jesus Christ, man. That's a serious fall, real artist. You need to be careful too, man. You could have really messed yourself up pretty good, Said it doesn't take much. I mean, we've all done it, It's just, you're not paying attention, you're in a hurry. Like I say, you forget you're old. Next thing you know, you're either on your ass or your back. Or worse, your face, Fortunately, I've never fallen forward. I've always fallen backwards. I'm trying to understand because I got the gut. You think it would counterbalance to make you fall forward, but it doesn't work that way. Rower says, I'm at 155 these days, 6'3". I am a walking periscope. Yeah, technically, man. That's good, though. At least you lost some weight. And Ben says, I know all about it. 220 pounds of idiot falling on my ankle is the reason I'm still off work. Oh, man, bummer. I hope you get better soon, man. Tom's training things. Hey, Tom, how's it going? We were talking about all our dumbass falls that we've had. Wilmer's in the hospital. He's okay, I guess. Nothing broken, but he did take a fall. And that's about all I know about it so far. But if nothing's broken, that's a good sign. So I'm sure he's bruised up a little bit, though. He'll be sore tomorrow. And we have John Knopfel. Hi, hey, John. How's it going? He says, I'm glad to be home. Oh, yeah, that's always a good place to be. Thomas says, I'm always breaking bones when I was a kid. I never did. The only thing I ever broke was my pinky. Getting a fist fight with a kid. I hit the drip rail molding of a car roof because he moved his head. And the roof didn't give any. That's the only bone I've ever broken in my entire life. Knock wood. All my friends were always breaking things though. Legs, arms, ankles, wrists. Had a couple broke their, clavicle, I think it is. Yeah. Hot dog a pilot Andy says, I'm so lean that any kind of breeze and I twang. There you go. Yeah, like I said, you just got to be careful, guys. Everybody, be careful. So didn't lose any weight. Been at this level, give or take, for most of my life. Graduated high school at 6'3" and 135 pounds. Had to fight hard to get into the new. Yeah, I'll bet, man. That's really kind of underweight. That was 130 in high school when I was 5'7". But that would have made you a literal beanpole. Some guys are lucky that way, I guess. We call that luck. I did good until I turned 27. I picked up a few extra pounds. I was running about 140, 145 until I had the stroke. And I had the stroke at 47 years old. And literally, within a year, I just packed on the pounds and I've been hovering between 215 and 230. So I'm at 220 now, and I'm trying to hold it there. I'm hoping to get down to break 200. I'd like to see 200 again. That's a little bit better. So, it just is what it is. Especially now in the winter, if you guys are in the snow, be doubly careful because, man, I know what it's like to slip on ice. I haven't done it in a long time, but trust me, I've done it. Another thing I don't miss about the North. So, what are we talking about today? Let's see what we got going on. It's not long and hard about my Christmas project. Yeah, I'm making progress on it, but I'm not going to keep it a secret anymore because we only got 2 weeks and a few days till Christmas. So, I'm doing something different, and this is something I actually had to design myself because I couldn't, there was only one file for them, and I didn't like the way it looked. So I was doing a different one. He was showing us some, yeah, I'm going to show you a video in a little bit. Gerald Storch says, don't wear cowboy boots in icy weather. Yeah, not only that, but they don't hold the warmth very good. I went up to Indiana one year, this is 30 years ago, and I had a pair of cowboy boots that I wore pretty much all the time. I love them. They were great. Yeah. In a foot of snow, they're not your friend. I was in the snow for about a half an hour, so screw this. Jumped in the car, went down to the local Kmart, back when Kmart was still around, and bought a pair of snow boots. And I had those things up until 2 years ago. I think I finally got rid of them. Well, I tell you, they look like space boots. These things were huge. Fur lined on the inside, and waterproof. They were good, man. They were a lifesaver in the snow, let me tell you. So anyway, now wait a minute here. I was always walking around 215 when I was completing in Muay Thai. Hated the diet and regimen that went with it, though. Now, hey, it's hard to lose weight, Ben. It really is. If it were easy, I'm sure we'd all do it. But I got to do the BB diet. The beef, eggs, bacon, ice cream. It's all supposed to be good for you. Basically, it's a protein. It's almost like the keto diet, but better. And it should get rid of my diabetes, hopefully, and help me to lose weight at the same time. Fingers crossed on that one. Gerald says, I stepped out of the car and slid all the way across the parking lot. I haven't personally done it, but I've seen somebody do something close to that. Yeah. They got out of the car. I guess it was nice on the driveway. They slipped all the way down to the road. But the road was salted, so it was clear. But they couldn't get traction until they actually hit the edge of the road. It was kind of funny, really. She didn't think so at the time, a friend of mine. But it was funny to watch. Oh, wait a minute. I'm jumping way ahead. Anyway, I'll do this one first. The realtor says, I do the seafood diet. I see food, I eat it, still at 155. You're doing good there. I used to be like that. And like I said, after the stroke, that just all went down the toilet. And I can't seem to lose weight now. I don't eat that much. I really don't. I'm on a very restrictive diet, Did I see the sugar train today? No, I did not, actually. I've had some problems with my back lately, and I haven't been doing much of any. I haven't even come out to the train shed in like 2 or 3 days. I've just been staying in the house and sleeping a lot, trying to rest my back up. I think sciatica is what I think I got, but it hurts so bad to stand up and try and walk that I don't want to do it. I found out most of the problem is from my bed. I sleep on a water bed, and it was under filled, because after a while it got heated, and the water does evaporate in it slowly, but it does. And I didn't realize it until my back started giving me problems. So we went ahead, we put more water in it a couple of days ago, and I overfilled it accidentally, which, nothing drastic, but when I laid in it that night, it was kind of hard as a rock. Woke up the next morning stiff as a board. So the next day, which would have been yesterday, we went ahead and let some of the water out. I think we got it perfect now. So I actually woke up this morning. I felt better. Not 100%, but better. So hopefully that the next couple of days will help me out a lot. And I'll see my friend, the chiropractor in Naples. I got to go down there on the 14th of this month to see an eye doctor. So we'll see how it goes. Let's see. Ben says, damn straight, Andy. I was pretty good too. Completed all over the UK and spent 12 months in Thailand. Cool. Never been outside the country. I mean, actually crossed into Canada once, but that's about my only adventures outside the country. Too late to do it now. I almost kind of wish I would have, though. Back when I, had the time and the money and all, and better health, but not so much anymore. Andy says, I was in the wishy-washy school of judo. Okay. Yeah, sometimes I do, but if I'm sleeping or if I'm busy doing something else, I don't always hear it. Hey, Georgia Sunbelt. Hey, Anthony, how's it going? Good to see you here. As I wake up in the morning and the bed is still dry, gonna be a good day. Oh, prostate cancer. Yeah, man. I hear you. I don't have prostate problems, knock wood. But I'm somewhat familiar with some of the problems that go with it. I'll tell you, this thing jumps around so much sometimes. Really fun. Races had to mute for a few while on the phone and come back to Jim saying it was hard in the morning. No, I'm pretty sure I was talking about something else there, right? Derek Alexander. Hey, Derek, how's it going? Good to see you here. God damn, this thing keeps jumping around. I did do a little Shotokan and MMA. That's cool. I once threw a guy over my shoulder when I was a teenager. That's about the only judo or karate I've ever done. He come at me and I just remember grabbing his arm and throwing him over. I mean, he got hurt too. He landed on his back, knocked the wind out of him. But he didn't want to mess with me after that, I guess. People then after then everybody thought I was a karate expert or judo expert or something, and I really wasn't. I never went to any of those schools. Thomas says, I bet the coal mine road spike probably worth $190. Really? That's a lot of money for that. I have no idea what they get for things like that, but I'm sure they're not cheap. Hey, Waycross Train Spotter. How you doing, Scott? Because I'm in train heaven. Why? What happened? Did you get a bunch of new trains or what? And Trackside Mike, how you doing? Does anyone like Wendy? Yes, I like Wendy's burgers. Matter of fact, Wendy's is the only really fast food place I really will still visit on occasion. And not very often, but I think their food is way better than McDonald's and Burger King. Let's see. I'm getting behind the chat again. I gotta try not to pull a Dave Thurber. Dave's, yeah, I usually get the double cheeseburger. I tell you what, they still have a pretty good piece of meat on them. You know, I read an article on McDonald's. They're improving their, or I should say, changing their Big Mac. And I'm surprised they weren't embarrassed to show the real picture of the burger. I mean, the burger was literally about an eighth of an inch thick. There's two patties, but an eighth of an inch. The only thing they're doing is they're making the lower part of the bun thicker, right? Kind of help pull your stomach into thinking you're getting something. And they're using fresher lettuce, and they're taking the cheese out of the refrigerator sooner so it'll melt better on the patties. You make of that what you want. yeah. He was really behind this morning, man. I had to answer a question, and it took him a half an hour to get to it, and he didn't know what the hell he was talking about. It's what happens though. It's not hard to do. I know that Christmas is around the corner. I might just get a couple of SCL locomotives, DCC with sound. Oh, very cool. Yeah, Christmas is right around the corner, man. And he said, had a Wendy's a couple of months back. Yeah, they still got good food. Thank God. I don't know for how long, but they seem to be holding out better than McDonald's and Burger King. I heard that Burger King is on the verge of bankruptcy, and McDonald's has been shutting down a lot of their franchises. So I don't know what's really going on, but when you look at their food, though, you're thinking, well, how the hell did they get by this far? Even their fries suck now. McDonald's used to have the best fries years ago, and now I don't know what the hell they are. I think they're GMO, but they're terrible. Where'd that come from? Cars again. Uh-oh, we having problems here? There it is. What does MCD finally give you what the hell? A hot burger. I haven't had one of those in years. Oh, McDonald's, yeah. Yeah, like I said, their food sucks, man. I had a burger there a couple weeks ago. We were down in Naples to see my cardiologist. I swear to God, cheeseburger. You could just barely see the meat in there. It was just terrible. I mean, and it was expensive. 3 of us ate. Me, my wife, and my mother-in-law. It was like $28 or something. It was ridiculous. And Scott says, it looks like I might get 300 subscribers by Christmas. Oh, cool. Good for you, man. And Anthony says, all the KFC's closed down here. Didn't eat it anyway. Well, since the Colonel died, KFC kind of sucks. Really. Before he died, I used to eat a lot of Kentucky Fried Chicken. Their food was good. Now I'm not so sure. Like I said, when the founders die, the places go to shit. Even Wendy's said the same thing when what was his name? Can't remember his name now, but when the founder of Wendy's went, Dave Thomas, when he died, literally the day after he died, they started selling soy burgers instead of hamburgers. Real beef. I caught up on it real quick. I confronted them on it. They tried lying. Oh, no, we're still using the same burger. No, you're not. Hey, so I'll tell you what, I'm not coming here anymore until you go back to serving real beef burgers. Took them about 6 months, but I guess other people complained too. And now they're back to, thank God. This was quite a few years ago, but Dave Thomas, he's been dead for what, about 15 years, something like that? It's been a while. 20 years? Yeah, there you go. Burger King, you can order it any way you want, but we still make it our way. That's the truth. I used to eat their burgers years ago, and I started getting gum infections every time I ate a burger. So I don't know what the hell they're doing. The meat was dirty or something was dirty in it. I had to stop eating it, you know. So anyway, let's do the video. Okay, wait a minute. I'm getting way ahead of myself here. I was talking about my Christmas project. You guys threw me off track here. So quit yakking for a while. And let me get through this. So I decided to design, and print some railway speeders. I know you guys have seen them before. Wilmer, he did a video on them a few weeks back because they run them through his town for Toys for Tots. Because they're really cool. And I thought, what happened to your back? Oh, okay. So, same thing happens to all our backs, man. We're just getting old. So anyway, I decided to design a couple of these. And I'm going to run them for part of my Christmas special. And I've got several different designs that I made. They've got the people on them already and everything. Got the wheels on them. And so I've got different colors, different styles. Got some short ones. I'll have the people on them already. Different colors, obviously. I didn't put the people in this one yet. Now let's see what I got another short one here. Gotta put the people in this one yet too. I'm gonna dress them up a little bit. This one here, pretty cool. So I think I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. I've got 8 of them, and I'm gonna put strings between them so that you can't hardly see the thread, and then pull them behind one of the locomotives. Let them run around the track as part of my Christmas special. Like I said, I'm going to deck them out yet. I got to put Christmas trees on the roofs, candy canes on the sides, all kinds of crap. I got to print up yet, so I got to get cracking on that. But I just had to make the thing and make sure they're going to work. I mean, they were relatively easy to make. I designed the chassis and stuff, and set the wheels in there. The wheels are floating wheels, and they actually roll pretty good. So that's part of my Christmas. Only part of it. There's other parts of it. You'll have to wait and see the video when it comes out. But I thought that would be cool and different to do. Because originally I was just going to have a bunch of flat cars or maybe some gondolas with Christmas trees in them and, like a float type thing. The Christmas scenes. And somebody did it, or I can't remember who. Maybe it was Dwayne. I don't remember, but maybe it was Drew. I don't know. I don't remember who did it. But I'm thinking, well, shit, somebody already did it. I don't want to copy them, so I better come up with something new. And I figured nobody has these rail speeders, so I can make those and I'll do it. Hey, Ohio Steven Steele, how you doing? Good to see you here. And who else have we got popped in? Yes, they actually do stay on the tracks, John. I tested one today. They said they're free rolling, so we should be okay with it. I just can't have too much distance between them. So I'm going to have like a short, I got some black thread. You really won't see it too easily. That'll connect each one to each other and then to the engine. I'll probably use one of the SD40s to pull it. Or SD45, whichever it is. But I have to keep them fairly close because they're too far away. They're pretty light. You really can't weight them. I tried looking at different ways to weight them down. The design doesn't allow it. So, but it'll be something different. So we'll see how it goes. Did I miss anything important here? Derek said, Waycross, if you can go, or if you can, go for the extra width. So you can do a folded dog bone and have 2 return loops in the same width and still have aisle width. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. I should have done a center aisle myself and had thinner sides. I'm not changing it now, though. I should have took more time to really design a better track plan, but that is what it is. No, they're not powered, Ray. Eventually that'll come up. There we go. It's running a little slow today. They're not powered. I wish they were. That'd be kind of cool. But once again, there's just not enough there to do it. You'd have to have like a micro miniature motor and a truck assembly. It would be tough to do. Is that Ohio? Hi all. Somebody told me this was the Biden fanboy room. Am I in the right safe space? No, sir, you're not. There's nothing safe about my channel. Trust me on that one. Hello, your name is Dirk. I have a tough time remembering that. I don't know why, because that's an unusual name. And it's usually easier for me to attach unusual names to the channel. So I'll have to work on that one. So yeah, Dirk, this is not a safe space. Not even close. Okay, this was an answer to this question here. Waycross says, I'm trying to debate, go with my old layout building. That's 11 feet wide and 19 feet long. I'm thinking of a 2020 by Unity building. 20 by 20 would be nice. I wish my thing would have been just a little bit wider. I'm 12 foot on the outside, 11 and a half on the inside in width. 32 long. I got the length. But if I could have gotten 2 or 3 more foot, I could have done a circle or a half circle on each side and not had the tip up, because I really didn't want to have a tip up again. I had so many problems with the first couple I've made in older layouts, but this one so far is not doing too bad. But it would have been nice not to have it. But because of my fat ass, there's no way I could put two 6-foot semicircles and be able to get through them. I'd have to be like about this thick. Otherwise, I would have done it. And I could have staggered them, but then I would have lost some of my my layout room, and I'm trying to get as much as possible. So, and this was the widest shed I could buy that was pre-made. Because originally I was going to go with 20 by 30. 20 wide by 30 long. And I had so many problems trying to get a steel building. Had so many problems with it. They didn't want to deliver it. They didn't want to assemble it. And, they flat out refused to build it on my platform. I just said, you know what? I'm done with you idiots. Went back to the shed place, says, look, give me my money back from that. What do you have that you could bring right in? He said, the biggest we got is 12 by 32. I said, I'll take it. I should have bought 2 of them. I had the money. Just put them together out here, and I would have had, 40 by 32. Or, no. Well, 24 by 32. That would have been nice, but, this was it was $8,200 for the shed, and it didn't have anything in it. It was all bare wall, So I had to it had a floor in it, but I put tiling down and drywall, inner walls, a ceiling, insulation, electrical. I've got water for the sink. I had to put all that stuff in myself. All right, let's get back up into caught up again. Ray says OSS. All the masks you see on the ground, we call them sheep droppings. Dinah. That's funny. True, though. Hey, Curtis, how's it going? You made it in here. I knew you would. Good to see you here. Any more info on the smoke pots at Eagle Creek? I don't know what's going on with that. Well, John, I'm just going to have a locomotive pulled in. I'm thinking a locomotive and a passenger car. Just one. And behind the passenger car will be the rail speeder. And I might decorate one of the old passenger cars in a Christmas motif to just kind of go along with it. So I'm still working out some things going on, but I still got, like I said, 2 weeks and a couple of days to get this thing together and shoot a video. So fingers crossed that I get it done. I couldn't do anything the last few days because they said my back was so messed up that I didn't want to come out here. But I'm getting better now. So we'll see. Smoke pots on the chimney stacks or the big boy. Oh, okay. That's what you're talking about. Derek says, Big Jim, you could probably print a little stand to fit over those trucks. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like I said, I already got them built, so I'm just going to leave it alone. Ray says, I look at it this way. If the virus was as bad as they said, why weren't there hazmat bins to throw you? Oh, of course, because it was all bullshit, Ray. You know it. I know it. We all know it. You know. It was about control. It wasn't about safety. If you think the government gives a rat's ass about your safety, well, I got bad news for you. They don't. That's just the way it is. Let's see what else we got here. Ben says, I've not started on it yet, mate. Been procrastinating. Alright, what the hell? What happened? Procrastinating a lot today and just bought a new engine, so yeah, that happened. Okay. Now, I didn't show the video yet, Curtis. I'm getting ready to in a few minutes. You guys are going to like this one. It's pretty cool. Scott says, I tried to design Seaboard Coastline track plan freelance with operations to run freight train from yard to another yard. The local train takes the freight cars into. That's cool. Derek says, Ray, I have the diluted showstopper. Finally got me after 4 years, and I have to tell you, it's a bit. Fever, aches, and a sore throat that wouldn't let me swallow my own saliva. Chest congestion, bad. Yeah, I got it back in 2019. So did my wife. We got the full strength one, though. And it was like the flu, basically. We had it for about a little over 10 days, I think. And I didn't have any real problems with breathing or anything. Some people did. You know, they had a tough time. You know, like they had pneumonia type symptoms. Well, we did. But I really take care of my immune system. And I think that was the real secret to it. And Ben says, yeah, one of the online guys I use has a sale on some Cato stuff. And one of them was a UP Heritage engine I didn't have until 15 minutes ago. Hey, good for you, man. That's cool. Derek says, Ray, I might throw myself in a hazmat bin. There you go. Well, that was the first clue that it couldn't be that bad, because if it was as serious as they said, first off, I think you would have seen all the authorities in hazmat suits, okay? And a lot of them guys, they were wearing masks just like us. Well, I didn't wear one because I thought it was stupid. I figured if I get sick, I get sick. If I die, it's my time, you know? But the authorities weren't really doing anything any different than they were telling the regular people to do. And during that whole thing, I went to see my kidney doctor. And the first time I went to see him, he said, you know, I wouldn't let me in the office without a mask. So I had to wear one just for that. So I'm in the exam room, and he goes, I need to look down your throat. Can you pull down your mask? So he's right in my face with the light, right, looking up. And I said, dude, you realize that if I have anything, you have it now? You know. Well, yeah, probably. I'm telling them, why are you making me wear a mask? It's stupid. If it was going to do any good, you just defeated it by having me pull it down to look in my mouth while you're breathing my exhaust. You know, he didn't know what the hell to say. He really didn't make me wear a mask after that anymore either, you know, because it was stupid. Kurt says, I got my popcorn and drink, and I'm ready. All right. Tom Grassi, hey, how's it going, Tom? Good to see you here. And Ken Amos, good to see you too. I'll get caught up a little bit here. See if anybody else might have snuck in. Proud to be jab free. Me too, Joe. They can shove their needle you know where. And if anybody would have tried to give me one, that's probably where it would have wound up. Somewhere they didn't want it to be. It ain't happening. I don't trust. I've never had a vaccine for anything. I mean, you know, voluntarily as an adult. They wanted me to get the flu shot. I won't get it. They wanted me to get the pneumonia shot. I had pneumonia in the hospital. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. I never got the shot for it, and I refuse to get it. I won't get the shingles shot. Got my fingers crossed I don't get that, but I think that, once again, has something to do with immunity. If your immune system is weak, and you've been getting flu shots and shit, chances are you're going to get all this crap because your body can't fight it off anymore. So that's a real problem for me, so I just stay away from it. Tom says, the part printed, but the holes are too small, and the part is a little too wide. Let's talk. All right, yeah, we'll work on it after the show, man. Ken says, no jabs here. Good for you. Tell you what, you'll live. People that got it, sorry to say, anybody you guys got it, you're probably going to die. I hate to say it, but it's true. You know, a lot of people are dropping dead now, and you can bet your ass they've all been vaccinated. Because the guy who invented that vaccine came out and said years ago, never give this to a living organism. It will kill them. Whether it be a man, a woman, a dog, any living animal or person, it will kill them. He knew, and as I said, I don't know why the hell he invented it, or discovered it, or whatever. He should have left that one alone. You can't trust the government or anybody these days, so don't. Anyway, everybody, I'm caught up again, so. I think I am. Yes, I am. Yeah, that's true, Ray. Everybody that I know caught that Jeff caught. Yeah, it didn't help anything. I mean, not at all. It was just like, you're screwed no matter what. You know. Look at Joe Biden. He's gotten what? He's gotten every jab that they offered, and he's had COVID what, 3 times now? You know, it's all bullshit. Anyway, let's go ahead and do the video. You're going to love this one. It's a little over 15 minutes long. It's kind of funny in a way. If I were the cops, I would have handled it differently, but that's me. So anyway, without further ado, here we go.
Drop it on the ground. Everything on you now. Drop it all. Drop all of it. No. Drop it down.
This is Police Tech 122.
Hi, this is Officer Klein of the Norfolk Southern Railroad Police Department. We have a call, I'm not sure if my dispatchers ever get through to you yet. East Main Street and South Nelson Road. There's a subject that was laying on the tracks, and as the train approached, they were able to get stopped. The person then started throwing rocks, busted the windows out of the engine, and then now climbed on top and sitting on top of the engine.
Okay, do we have a description of the individual?
I do not.
Okay, I'm sorry, what's your name again?
Flag, CLAGG.
And I could contact them for you?
614. I'm not sure if you guys already had the run on there or not, but...
Yeah, no, I don't see it here, but we'll definitely go ahead and get it.
Okay.
Okay, and do you want officers to contact you directly, or just work with the engineer there?
Yeah, me, great.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and get someone out. If you need more details, definitely call.
Okay, all right.
Drop it now! Drop it! Drop the fucking hammer! Now! Drop it! Drop it! Drop all of it! Drop it on the ground! Everything on you now! Drop it all! Drop all of it! No! Drop it down! Drop it down! Drop it down, sir! No, drop it down! We have MCR. Hey, get a taser. Come down, sir. Come down. Come down. Come down. I'm not playing games with you, buddy. Right now you are. Put the flares down. Put the flares down. Put the flares down. Put the flares down. And put your hands out. What's your name? Alright, what's going on there? Why are you over there? What's going on? Yeah, training. Don't go in there, sir. No. Hey, come out again, bud. What? I don't know what the fuck he has, dude. Yeah, but if he's lighting them. Open it up. This is good stuff there, right? Where?
Yeah. Move to the
Can you open that door?
Keep it shut. Keep it shut.
Carly, this is where?
Listen. Let me go inside. We need to do this
Yeah.
inside. We don't want to risk all the trade.
He's still right here. It's probably just the flare that it has.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, we can open it a little bit.
Let me get it here. Alright. Let me see your... It's a flare. Hey, what's up, man? Let me see your hands.
Give me your gun.
Okay.
Search. This is a publicity stunt. Muslims, Christians, we both right.
We're going to get him down.
Stop moving. Put a point officer off.
Wait. Just how do we get him down?
If I don't move, put him down. We need to reserve officer. Stop.
Alright, we got stairs over here.
Hang on. We're going to have to pass him down. We're going to have to hand him down. Cuff my leg. Just don't kill me.
Walk him around this way.
Get your finger.
Can I do that or you want to take him here?
To be the president, Trump or who? Who's the sheriff of Columbus Police? We're going to pick. Or else ISIS is going to blow it. Don't get... No, wait. Grab it. Let's go.
Make him walk backwards. Okay,
You can't. Come on, Steve. Yeah. Steve, go ahead and down.
Just have it.
You guys are ready to grab it.
I'm ready.
Walk to your left. Walk to your left. Down the steps.
Take a step.
Let's go. Don't kill me. Walk. Y'all told me you can jail 6 years unjustly. 6 years unjustly. Mark Collins. Go call Mark Collins. Let me face my accuser. You never let me face my accuser.
Stand here. Spread your feet.
I'll go butt naked. Don't look at my dick, though.
He's looking at that. Pat around his back here.
Cut the clothes off me and you the fuck. Y'all should have a machine that could do this.
Sit down.
Why is all these cop cars?
Alright, sit back.
Put your feet in the car, sir.
What the fuck?
This seatbelt's falling.
Just let it go back. Now go. Now try it.
Why y'all making slaves? Why? We all did it was
Alright. See if you can get his info from here real quick. Jesus Christ. Dude. Yeah, so like we talked him down, and then he jumped in that ring. So sorry.
I thought you were holding the door shut. That's not true. I put him.
That was rough, dude. Thanks for helping, dude. Sorry, guys. I knew you guys were calling for us. There was a lot of traffic, and then I didn't realize that he was smashing the shit out.
Oh, yeah.
Who's the? Do I need? Who?
He was the first one here.
Oh, he's fucking crazy. Yeah. Who's the conductor?
Conductor and engineer.
Okay.
I'm a train master.
Fucking glass all over me, dude. All right. You're the
Train master.
Okay. I'll take both of your info down.
He did tell me also if he comes in there, he will kill me.
Okay. Okay. All right. Do you want to press charges on him? It's up to you. Okay. Okay. So you're the conductor.
Because I did get glass in my eye when I looked out, so it's still in there.
Do you need a medic?
If possibly.
Okay. 122. You start at 24 for the train conductor. You got a little glass inside for this guy. So apparently when he was up there, he told the guy he was going to kill him if he got inside. Conductor. I mean, he's a B because he's saying one of Jesus. He had a Bible, throwing shit off there. He's got two.
Well, Dover's trying to get over the railroad police right now. Okay, so let's wait till they come out. They come out soon.
Okay.
Oh,
So it depends on. Alright. Because this is very fucking unique. Never dealt with this in my life. Stupid.
Who believes in it? You don't believe in it. You have to believe in a nigger. A nigger, the one that you spit on. A nigger. A nigger. Israelites are niggers. We all mixed up. We all came from Adam. Why do we hate each other? White people ask me anything about religion, I'll tell you. And tell me in my eye if I'm lying. Ask me anything, bro. You about to be the chief sheriff, bro, of the world if you want, bro. Whoever you are, y'all just, you know who y'all subdued? Y'all subdued the second coming of Jesus. If it's 12 of us, we are the disciples or somebody, but I'm the 13th was told, but Judas is not part of us. We are reincarnations, not two people. We reincarnate to fulfill life. You know who I was in the past life?
Yeah.
Joseph was Adam. Adam was Joseph. And then the big brother came, my big brother, Kobe, who learned the story of my life. Like, but nobody knows me. How am I lame? But only black people from up north know me. That's it, bro. I said, why none of y'all rap niggas put me on? I'm the best rapper, bro. I looked up to Lil Wayne, and they say he Illuminati and this, that, bro. I don't know the truth about everything, but we gonna find out. We gonna find out today. You feel me, homie? Shout out to the C-Dubs. Like, I should have been the head of the Bloods, bro. I'm raised when we were here. I just got out of Mansy, bro. I'm gonna go down as a legend with it.
That shit was too funny. And judging by some of your comments, I wasn't alone in that. By the way, how you doing, Artie? Good to see you in here. And Corey, how's it going? Curtis wants to know what's that shit on top of his head. That's a good question. That guy was a few fries short of a Happy Meal, without a doubt. Especially toward the end there, you hear him talking about his past life and all kinds of weird shit. Dude wasn't too bright either. That's just grab a drag point. Could be Artie, you never know. I'm telling you what. Or maybe Andy's got it right. That'll be the tiny brain trying to get out. Maybe trying to get in. That's his carrot top so his girlfriend can find him in a crowd. There you go. Corey's got it right here. See, that's what it says here. There's a fine young man, probably on his way to volunteer at the library. Must be a misunderstanding. You know what kills me is, yeah, right, Derek? High school academic star, maybe. Oh, excuse me, maybe. I don't know what a train master is, Curtis. I assume he's like, maybe that's a fancy word for the engineer now. Who the hell knows? Yeah, he actually did try and hijack the train. I mean, what kind of stupidity is that? After they got him out of the cab, I don't know if you heard that, he said, look, man, it was just a prank. I'm just trying to do this for YouTube points or something. But still, that's pretty stupid. And the reality is, he's lucky he didn't get his head blown off. If I'd have been the cop there, I'd have shot him after the first time and telling him to throw everything down. You don't comply, you get a bullet. You know. And it's not because he's black, because he's stupid. You know, you could be any color and be stupid. And when you don't listen to the cop like that, what the hell do they expect is going to happen? You know? Then, yeah, well, please don't kill me, man. Don't kill me. Well, you dumbass, if you'd have complied and paid attention to the orders the cop was giving to you, you wouldn't even have to worry about it. You know? What do you think, cops just kill people because you're black? They don't give a shit. They kill you because you're stupid. Corey says the C&L train master is basically the foreman for all the trains moving over a section of subdivision. Yard master controls all yard moves. Okay, that's good. Now we know that now. I was not aware of that. And it's taking forever to come up on the screen. My computer's running slow, and my apologies for the choppy video. It's not even coming up now. I don't know why. Why is it not coming up? What the hell is going on here? I think I may have to upgrade my computer a little bit. It's getting slow. He was Christmas shopping for his mama. Could be. You never know, Joe. There you go, Artie. He says, yep, Anthony and his brothers are holding up the store. He's a decoy. Could be. Who knows? And in the meantime, his buddies are robbing the train down the line. That could be. I'm telling you what, I don't know what the hell's wrong with these people. It's got to do with him being black, just being stupid, you know? First off, what kind of a moron would try and hijack a train? You know? It's just not a good life decision to do that. And second of all, as soon as the cops get there, he should have just put his hands behind his back and said, all right, let's go. Because you know that's where you're going anyway. You know. And I could have sworn when he was in the cab before they grabbed him, or when the cop grabbed his arm, he said, give me your gun, to the cop. That's what it sounded like it said. I could be wrong. But, you know, the guy was obviously a little, you know. That's the only thing I can figure. Hey, Raymond Anthony, how's it going? Yeah, me too, Dave. That's what I'm saying. I'd have just shot the fucker and been done with it, you know. Hey, like 3 times. If I have to say something 3 times, the fourth time I'm saying it with a bullet, you know. Like my mother used to tell me, if I have to yell at you one more time, I'm gonna yell at you with the belt beat your ass. And she usually did. Till we figured it out, you know, well, we better do it the first time, you know. I don't know why this shit's not coming up on the screen. yeah, Curtis, they probably did. Took them away in the short bus. Why is my stuff not coming up here? This is bullshit. What's going on here? I swear I don't know what's going on. Alright, says our Aborigines would be laughing at him. Here they derail the whole train and get what they want. Yeah, right. Makes you wonder. Okay, I'm caught up again? Maybe. Maybe not. This thing fail on me again? I think it might have. Son of a bitch. Does anything ever work right when it's supposed to? Let's see where we at. Yeah, stupidity is right. Goes to court and pleads insanity, gets off, and we'll be out doing it again. You're absolutely right, Artie. Derek said, I heard him say drop the flare when he was on top of the train, too. Yeah, I heard that. Corey says, if a typical rail car can carry 2.5 to 4 times the weight and volume of a truck and you successfully stall its contents, how would you haul and store the stolen goods? That's a good question. You might need 4 or 5 trucks, right? Especially molten phenol. Yeah, right. Make a left turn right here. Make a left right here. Yeah, okay. I just pled I'm a dumb Aussie. I can get away with so much in the U.S. the cops feel sorry for me. Yeah, they might already. I don't know. Yeah. Put blackface on, you get away with even a lot more, unfortunately. I know, I saw that this morning. I was watching YouTube videos and I came across this. I got to put this up. It was funny as shit. And that's the first time I can honestly say I've ever heard of anybody trying to jack a train. It's just not something you see every day, you know. It's a little weird. I'm having some internet issues here, not real serious ones. I'm still in the green, but I'm getting a message saying encoding overloaded. Consider turning down something or another that went off. I don't know what it is. Yeah, Joe. He thought that's how Jesse James did it. It says turning down video settings or using a faster encoding preset. Well, that's not something I can do now. He thought that's how Jesse, yeah, okay. A lot of strange stuff going on out there. That's all I can say. Beyond that, I don't know. So, that was our video for the day. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll be hard pressed to find another funny one like that. Craziness, though. Alright, he says, I just can't understand these people. You get locked up, spend more than 30 days in jail, you're stuck in that country, as you can no longer travel anywhere in the world. That's true. Yeah, they pull your visa, don't they, or your passport, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. You know, you can't fix stupid. Plain and simple. Stupid is as stupid does, and the only way to fix it is to kill it, and that's against the law for most of us. So we're kind of stuck with it. But if you can legally get away with it, you're doing the world a favor by getting rid of stupid. Let's see. I'm tell you, I'm going to have a talk with Comcast, which is actually part of my rant, but we haven't done this yet. Is it time for a rant? It is time for a rant. And what better time than now, right? So my rant this week is, I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing about it, but it's Comcast. I got an email notice in the mail a couple of days ago. And I'm paying $90 a month now for the 1,000 megabyte system, or it's 1,000 megabyte with the up to 25 megabyte upload speed, which most time is not. So I get this notice. Well, apparently my introductory period is over. It's only good for a year. So the bill goes up $42. So I'm thinking, well, this is bullshit. And I'm not usually getting the 1,000 megabyte download anyway. I'm usually only getting 7 to 8 on a good day, on average. That's true, Tom. 1,000 megabyte is 1 gig. So I figure, well, I might as well just kick the service down a little bit. So I did all this online. So I said, all right, I'll take the next one down, which is, I think it's either 700 or 800 down and 20 up, which most time mine is 20 up anyway. I wish it were more, because they told me I'd get up to 25 up with the higher speed. I never got 25. The best I think I ever got was 21 up. 1 megabyte, big deal. So, yeah, you're right about that, Corey. They are criminals, Comcast. So, I knocked down my service to the next one down. So they said, well, they're going to send me new equipment. So I'm thinking, all right, they're going to give me a modem, right? Because they changed modems. Because the modem is how they regulate the speed. They can't really do it on the line. The line has one speed, and they choke it down at the modem. Because I know when I got the better service, they gave me a new modem because they said the old one wouldn't allow for faster speeds. So I get the new equipment yesterday. It ain't a modem. It's an XFI box for TV. So I'm going, well, I didn't ask for TV. Why did they send this to me? It's kind of an evil thing. It's a little tiny box. I'm saying, well, I said, well, that ain't no damn modem. There's no way. It's too small. And it comes with a little remote that's voice activated, which is kind of cool. And I guess you can use the free channels that are available on the internet through this little box. Well, we already had one of them anyway, but a lesser one. I'm thinking, well, so I'm going to have to go down there because they don't answer their phones. And I think pretty much everybody who tries to deal with Comcast knows this. I've tried calling them now for like 5 days in a row, different times. They never pick up. Leave a message, they never call me back. So I'm going to have to go down there, I guess, and I'm going to take that stupid box with me probably. Because my new bill is $122 a month. Which is better than the $132 that it was going to be. But I'm still thinking, why did it go up if I knocked down my service and they gave me a box I didn't ask for? So I got to go down there and just dick around. Well, and you're right, Stephen. I looked into it, and to get a good modem with a router built in, because I'd probably, I'd want a combo because I don't really have a good router, an external one. You're looking at $300 to $500 for a high-end modem with a router built in. You don't want to get a cheap one because a cheap one won't give you the speed. And since that's what regulates the actual speed you're going to get from Comcast, you want to get one that's basically got a higher speed than what Comcast can give you. So you'll get the highest speed that Comcast offers. Which right now I think they have another service, 1,200 up, or 1.2 gig. And I think up to maybe 50 down, or 50 up rather, and 1.2 down. I'm not absolutely sure on that, but I think there is a higher service, but it's a lot more money, you know. But if you had the right modem, you would get those speeds. But a good modem is going to set me back realistically. I'd say realistically around $300. I would probably spend on one. It's a lot of money. I mean, I would do it if I had the money. I don't right now, but I may in the near future. And of course, the only bad thing is, of course, is, you know, and you'd want to put a UPS behind it to protect it, because, you know, we get storms here. I don't need that thing getting knocked out and destroyed, and then I eat that money. So that would be the only thing I'd worry about that would really go wrong with it, you know. But I'm just so pissed off that, you know, why can't they just, when they give you a price, why can't they just leave that forever? You know, these bullshit deals. You know, we're going to give you a bargain this year, but at the end of the year, you're going to have to come back and bargain with us again. And they always try and give you something you don't want. I don't want the phone service. I don't want TV reception. I just want fucking internet. Just plain old simple internet. Fastest I can get away with. You know, it's affordable. And that's all I want. I don't want your home security system. I don't want any fucking surveillance cameras. I don't want none of that shit, because they offer all this crap. And well, and a mobile phone they have. Oh, if you get our mobile phone service, we'll knock $50 off your bill. Well, if you can do that with getting the service, why can't you give me 50 off without the service, and you come out even better than I do? I don't understand it, you know. But you're right, Stephen. I'm going to do that at some point. I just don't know when. I gotta wait till I actually have the extra money, because it's ridiculous. Tom Grace is my equipment I use to connect to the internet, and I get 1 gig and only pay for 500 meg. Like Jim says, it's the equipment that, you know, it is, because they can't control what's on the line. You know, there's no way they can give my neighbor 250 gig or meg down and give me 1 gig down. There's nothing there to do it except for the actual modem. That's where they choke it at. And I've known that for years, you know. And more than likely, what I'm probably going to do is I'll get a good modem and I'll kick the service way down. And it won't matter, because I'll still get the speed without having to pay for it. You know, fuck them. But it's, the whole thing is bullshit, though, you know. Curtis says, well, mine is $99 and it's still shit. Yeah, I hear you. They said there isn't much you can do about it, unfortunately. Oops, I lost that thing again. Yeah, my chat kind of quit on the doing the overlay. I don't know what happened. Seems like it's got a time limit on it. I don't know. So I'll just, you know, I won't bring anybody's stuff up on the screen, but at least I can read it. Yep, $300, but you have more. Yeah, that's true. Which will ultimately boost speeds. Like I said, there are things you can do on the configuration to really improve the internet. Because I've done some of those things even with their modem. You know, there's a few numbers you can change that improves your speeds and some other things that go on. So yeah, ultimately that's what's going to happen. Yeah, Joe, the big Social Security raise. Okay. You know, I think it's $54 a month I'm going to wind up getting extra. A big fucking deal. Technically they can, but it would affect everybody. So they literally, if there's people in the area that have high speeds in this area, which I'm sure they do, then they can't just selectively choose you not to get it or to get it or whatever. So it's the way the system runs, you know. It's kind of stupid, but Steven says I pay $84 for 1 gig down, 500. We don't get upload speeds like that here. I think the best you get here maybe is 50. You know, download's not a problem, and the download speeds are fine. I have no argument with that. It's the upload, because that's what really comes into play when you're doing your live stream. You know, so the more up you have, the better your live stream's going to perform. Yeah, I know, Dave. It's Big Rage is not even half the cost. No, it's not, you know. Steven says I have a dead man setting that kicks everyone offline except for me. Yeah, I knew that could be done. My wife's always accusing me of doing that to her. You shut my internet out there. No. You know, I don't really know how. I mean, I'm sure, well, not with the equipment we have. Either we all have it or none of us have it. So, but she's always accusing me of turning hers on. If I could, I probably would. Artie says I pay $70 Australian, unlimited down and uploads in high speed. Yeah, okay. Well, fortunately, we don't have any. Not here anyway. There's no there's no limitation on your downloads. I don't think anyway. Because on an average month, I download something like, I think, 17 gig of information of data. You know, mostly, especially on these live streams. But I do a lot of heavy downloading on my movie site, because I download all the TV shows I like to watch. I download movies I like to watch, that sort of thing. And it adds up quick. So we're not metered. That's the one. We're not metered here. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. There you go, Artie. He's like, damn, I gotta quit doing that. I keep clicking on this, thinking I can highlight it, and I can't. Artie's blaming Steven for messing up the internet. Is there a runaway locomotive behind you? No, actually, I just letting that one run. It started making some weird noise, and I think I was pulling too much of a load on it. So I thought I'd see how it'd do if I let it free run for a while, and it quieted down. I'm probably going to have to grease it up a little bit pretty soon too, but, you know. See, so my internet devices are configured by MAC address. Well, they should be. Tom says, Jim, get off those porn sites. I don't watch porn. I used to when I was younger. It got boring, you know. I don't care what it is. It's this happens first, and this happens, and that happens, and this happens again, and finally he, blows his load all over. And everyone's exactly the same, different faces, different dimensions on some of the bodies, but the theme is always the same. I mean, I don't know why anybody bother watching it. Ari says, for customer service, I actually speak to a real person in Australia and not in India or some third world Asian company. Well, they just don't answer the phones here. I mean, it's bad enough when you got to deal with some raghead, but he can't get anybody. They just don't answer the phone. So it's only a few miles from here. I'll have to go down there and frame on the new one. MAC addresses are hard-coded and don't change unlike that's true. I was aware of that. Corey says, nothing like a good porn with a plot twist. Riveting. Hey, it's hard to find porn with... Years ago, remember when they had, the VHS tapes, videotapes. There was a video rental place a few blocks away from my house, and once he got to know you, you would get backroom privileges. Of course, you had to be over 18, but which I was. So in the back room, hey, you had all the porn back there. Everything from regular X-rated, triple X-rated, really off the wall shit too. You know, I started watching. I had a Betamax deck when that was going on. This was before, well, it was before VHS took over and everything was originally in beta. So my first VCR was a Betamax deck, and I actually bought 2 of them so I could record from one to the other. And I'd buy blank tapes and record all the porn for myself. So I had copies of everything. But I got stuff with storylines. It really wasn't triple X. It was more like, you know, softcore porn. And it'd show everything but penetration. There was no penetration being shown, but everything else pretty much was there. But these actually had stories. And they were kind of interesting, you know. Most of the porn today is just like I said, you know. She goes down on him, he goes down on her. He does her doggy style, then he takes her from the rear. Then he gets on top of her, then she gets on top of him. She eventually blows him again. He blows his load on her face, and that's it. You know, it's ridiculous. And they're all like that. So why would you waste your time? All right, he says, why watch porn when one has live action across the road, and then you hear the yelling in the distance from one of the 2 that got busted? Yeah, well, you know, when I lived in Bonita, we had a whorehouse that wasn't too far away from my place. And I don't know if they ever got busted or not. But I've never visited, so I don't know. But there was a whorehouse, which, you know, you don't see many of those these days. Yeah, I agree with that, Raymond. Betamax should have been. They were much better. It was a smaller case on the betas, and the picture was far superior. Because when they phased out the beta and went to the VHS, I was forced to buy one, and I'm thinking, boy, these kind of suck. You know. But for whatever reason, that's what wound up becoming the dominant thing. And I didn't understand it because, like you said, they were larger tape cassettes, and the quality was shit on them, I thought. Corey says, ha, Artie, you should live stream it. That'll pay for that trip to Amherst and whatever you want to buy. Hey, it might be onto something. Artie says, it's on my OnlyFans site. YouTube didn't like that posting. Yeah, I imagine they wouldn't. The only way you get away with that on YouTube is if you post, you know, homosexual stuff and, you know, trans stuff. Then you can do it. Of course, there's next rainy day. I'll have to check that. Derek, that's for sure. Oh, there you go. That's true. So, that's my rant. Once again, it's bullshit, you know. I wish we had somebody else to choose from here. I mean, but the problem is the only thing we have other than Comcast is CenturyLink, which is DSL. CenturyLink is a fucking joke. That's what I started out with, and they never got it right the whole month I had it. I finally got fed up and said, you know what? Shut it down, get it out of here. I guess I'll go to Comcast. That's what I did. Ray says, Betamax has since rose from the ashes like a phoenix's blue. Oh, really? I didn't know that. The Blu-ray is nice stuff, without a doubt. Andy says, I'll stick to trains, less mess. That's true. And you probably won't get busted by your wife or anybody else. But, I wish, when I first got high-speed internet, it was, I can't remember who the hell it was in Naples. Time Warner. Time Warner had excellent internet. Never had problems with it. Never went down. I had it for like 5 years. I don't remember there ever being an outage. It was very fast for what it was. And it was reasonably priced. And then apparently Comcast sued them. And won because they claim that forgot the name of the other company. The other company horned in on Collier County without permission or something. So I went to court and Comcast won, and they kicked Time Warner out, which was bullshit. And I don't think Time Warner's even in Florida anymore. I think they're completely out of Florida. I'd like to see them come back, because I'll tell you what, if I had a choice between the two, I'd jump on Time Warner in a heartbeat. And I think everybody would. That would probably put Comcast right the hell out of business in Florida, which wouldn't bother me in the least. You know? Yeah, broadband, that's right, so. Alright, he says, I see the secret love affairs and that sort of stuff in the car park here all the time. Neighbor had his girlfriend hide the car on the other side of the car park so his wife didn't know. Yeah, that's a dangerous game to play. You know, it's all fun until somebody gets caught. Then you're screwed. Corey, the vibration from the train still works when the vibration from the dryer doesn't work. Oh, I'm not touching that one. Funny though. So anyway, that, like I said, that was my rant. The most important one anyway I can think of right now. I wish realistically I could rant about something completely off the wall for a change, but that hasn't happened yet. It seems to be the same shit. It's either the post office or Comcast. It's one of the two, you know. But that's pretty much just the way it goes, I guess. The good news is we're not like that idiot that tried to rob the train, hijack the train. Yeah. So everybody can pat themselves on the back for not being a complete moron. Because obviously there are morons out there, as we've just seen. It's not good. But better them than, you know, us. So let's see what else we got going. I haven't really done much of anything. Like I said, I haven't been in here for a few days. Wife is starting to get mad at me. She says, don't you have something to do next door? Oh, I hurt too much. I don't want to walk out there. So, she's not really happy about that either. You know? Tom Moore says, I hear Joe Biden's getting mad, but the reality is he will get impeached, but it'll be just like Clinton and even Trump for that matter. Unless both houses find him guilty, it doesn't actually go anywhere, you know. They make a big shit out of it, but, you know, remember Clinton got impeached over the whole, you know, blowjob thing. He finished his term, no big deal. So, like, yeah, it's like stealing somebody's car, and they throw $5 at you. Here you go, don't do it again. There's no real punishment, you know. Dave says, rant about medicine. Well, that's a rant all in itself. That could probably go on for years. There's a lot of stuff going on right now. That they're trying to get us, they're trying to convince us that we need to mask up and do lockdowns again and all that shit, just in time for the elections, as we all, you know, surmised anyway. And it's all bullshit, you know. I think there's 3 sub-variants of, you know, the showstopper. And the thing is, variants are always weaker than the primary disease, the primary germ. So even if you get it, it's not likely it's going to kill you, you know. So, you know, I wouldn't worry about it. Uh-oh, Artie says, I got some bad news, folks. I will be reducing the quality and the amount of postings on the YouTube thanks to the attack I got from the insurance company of the bitch that caused my wreck. Oh, no shit. That sucks. Derek wants to know what's the statute of limitations for driving a train without permission. I never drove one without permission. I've been in the cab of one. I got to take my 2-year-old son at the time. I convinced the engineer to let us ride in the cab. I was surprised he did it. But I tried to ask him if I could run the thing, and he said, no, that's not happening. So, but at least I got to ride it. That was something. And I'm sure the statute of limitations on it's probably about the same as any other misdemeanor, 7 years. Yeah. All right, he says, I won't be doing much modeling anymore either. I'm not permitted to get better or socialize. Thought I'd let you guys know here since I can't mention it on my channel. Are you serious? That's weird. Well, the only people who get a raw deal during Clinton's impeachment were the public and Monica's dry cleaner. Yeah, that's the truth. And he still got away with it. I mean, the only thing he actually got busted for was lying about it. You know. He didn't get busted for, he supposedly raped 2 other women. That never went anywhere. They kind of swept that under the carpet. And the fact that, I mean, between you and me, I don't care what the guy did in his bedroom. Even if it's the White House bedroom. If he's running the country the way he's supposed to, fuck who you want. I don't care. You know? But, you know, the thing is, he was a lousy president. And he had bad taste in women, too, apparently. So, you know. I don't feel sorry for him at all. Artie says, it has gone very sour for me, really messing me up mentally and emotionally. I'm real seriously, it got now. Well, what the hell happened, Artie? It doesn't sound good, whatever it was. Andy says, Bill should have splashed out on the dress. He probably should have avoided the dress altogether. Ray says, I'm still waiting for my dum-dum stimulus check from 2 years. Well, I wouldn't worry about it because now they're trying to get some of that money back from certain people. I read that today in the news. That's all. As I said, they'll give you $1 and take back 5. Yeah, and we should all be used to it by now because they've been doing this forever. Just like our cost of living increases for you guys who are on Social Security. They give you a $50 raise and then they raise up Medicare $40. So what did you really got? You got a $10 raise. What a fucking joke, you know? And now they want to tax some of that too. You already paid taxes on it. How many times are they going to tax us for the same fucking thing? It's fucking bullshit. Don't even get me started with that. Yeah, Derek, he had fun in the oral office. There you go. Apparently, that's what it was turned into temporarily. Alright, he says, my lawyer suggested me to shut down my channel, which I refused to. I'm taking off my boxing gloves and getting out the shotgun. I wish I knew more about what was going on there, Artie, but it sounds serious. I don't know, it just doesn't sound good at all. Gerald says you can't do much worse than Hillary. That's true. She's a lesbian too, you know, supposedly. Or at the very least bi. Although I imagine she's probably a full-out lesbian because I can't imagine any man would go there. Dave says, who can blame a married to that way? Yeah, exactly. That'd be enough to scare you out right out the house, man, let alone the bedroom. Alright, so that's why she cried rape, Andy. Oh, damn. Corey says, cheeseburgers, blowjobs, and leader of the free world. How the hell did I get passed over on that gig? Yeah, I kind of wondered the same thing, you know. Biden the son bribed China. No, it's the other way around. China bribed Biden the son and Biden. Yeah, see, Dave said backwards. All right, he says, it is serious. Can't say much. I will say more when I see you guys in person next year. I guess we'll have to wait till then. Well, hopefully it doesn't get any worse than it is. Doesn't sound good, Artie. You know, it's just the way things are today, though. You know, it's ridiculous. You can't do or say anything without somebody getting a bone up their ass over it. Artie says it's spending over for them. Yeah. Them guys they're all going to go down eventually. I just don't know when. I think they're trying to force Biden to step down. They don't want him to run again. He won't win anyway. He's old. He's a liar. He's stupid. He's probably got Alzheimer's. He's an ineffective leader. I mean, he's just not. Plus, he's a traitor. You know, he's effectively destroyed the United States to some degree with all his stupid policies. Thomas Morris says, I just had Wendy's, Dave's, doubles, and fries. There you go. That does sound good. I'm almost hungry for that right now. Raymond says, Buck Biden. Yeah. I saw a news report on him today. Apparently, he was in a news conference and one of the news reporters asked him about some kind of payments or something he got. And he just looked at the guy. I mean, you could tell he was confused. And it's a lie. It's just a damn lie. And then he walked out. You know he's guilty of it, you know. He didn't even know how to say anything about it, defend himself. So, Artie says he's not just a traitor. Yeah, he's a war criminal, too. Now, that's what the Dems want. Well, that's true. Yeah, he's done. Well, she's not going to get in either. That's what I'm saying. They're going to drag this out till... this is the final year for Biden anyway. So all they can do is hold out till the election. You know, and they can impeach him literally a day before Trump wins and takes over. You know, and nobody will give a shit, you know. But the reality is, I don't want to see him impeached. I want to see him jailed, charged with treason, and then hung by a rope until death. Because he is guilty of treason, you know. And the only prescription for treason that I'm aware of is death by either hanging or firing squad. And while firing squad sounds fun, I'd rather see him dangling off a rope. Of course, I got a whole thing. I got a fetish for hanging these days. I don't know why. I say hang them all and be done with it. And Heels Up Harris, she can hang too. You know, she's no better than he is. I don't think she's any worse, but she's certainly not better. Ray says we call her Camel Toe Harris. Well, she's got many names, you know. Harris the Hoe, Heels Up Harris, Camel Toe. She got lots of names, you know. Thomas Morris says Joe Biden doesn't know where he's at half the time. He doesn't remember what he ate for. That's true. Like I say, he's got Alzheimer's, I think. They call it, senility or whatever. But it's not. It's Alzheimer's. My dad had Alzheimer's, and I see a lot of similarities there, you know. So my dad wasn't a raving lunatic like, you know, Biden is. But still, though, there's a lot of just the way they react to things and that blank stare, you know. Yeah, a few more in Congress, a lot more in Congress need to go the same way, Anthony. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, that's true, Jared. Joe is clueless because he just said he has to run again because Trump is, and he's the only one that can beat him. Yeah, if he cheats, you know. And yeah, they were saying that 40% of the Democrats don't want him back in. Not Trump, but Biden. So when his own party's against him, he's done, man. That's all there is to it, you know. Raymond says an American Girl doll would make a better president. Well, that's true. My dog would make a better president. Dementia, that was the word I was thinking of. I don't know what the hell the difference between the dementia and Alzheimer's. They're literally both the same. You know. However you want to label, doesn't matter. His fucking mind is gone. That's all there is to it, you know. He can't form a complete sentence. You know, the thing. The governor of Alaska should run for president. She'll put us back the way it should be. Love the new law she brought in this week. Who's the governor now in Alaska? I don't know that. I don't know anymore. I know it used to be, but she's not in there anymore. Hillary, at this point, she has camel spiders in her pants. I don't know what's in there. I don't want to know. That's all I can say. Psalms 109, verse 8. Let his days be few and let another take his office. Yeah, you got that right, Anthony. Let his days be very few. If Biden can't run again, wasn't he vice president? No. It's 4 years for president only. I think. I don't know about vice president, but you can only do two consecutive terms. Which, by my understanding, is that, like, if you did your 2 terms and waited another term for someone else to do it, you can go in there again because it says 2 consecutive terms, which means 2 back to back. It doesn't say that you can only do 2 terms forever. So I'm not sure. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding of it, the way it's worded. Bess is going to have to head out. Jim, 1 a.m. here, so time to hit the hay. All right. Well, thanks for popping in, Ben, and have a good weekend and a safe one, and we'll see you next time. Yeah, there's talk that they might put Big Mike in there. I don't know. If she did get in there, she would have to be installed. There's no way anybody'd vote for that thing. I shouldn't even say she. It's actually a guy. Greta Thunberg seriously needs to grow up. She's in trouble too. I guess she's pissed off a lot of people, her own followers. Because, you know, they're off the wall. Dave says dementia gets more violent. Oh, really? Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Because I know Alzheimer's get violent too, but dementia gets more violent? Yeah. I like that one representative. I don't know who, they didn't name him. But he said, if that son of a bitch ever touches my wife, I'll beat his ass. Talking about Biden. I'm thinking, you know, I'm surprised nobody's done it yet. Because Biden has, you know, sniffed hair, grabbed a little girl's nipple. He's done all kinds of shit on live TV in front of the parents. If I was the kid's parent, somebody would have went to jail and somebody would have got their ass kicked, and I don't have to tell you who's who. You know, that's just the way it is. Dave says 2 terms max. Okay, that's what I thought, but I don't understand why they put consecutive terms in there. So it's kind of weird. Tom Grass says, my understanding is you get just 2 terms back to back, or in between, does not matter, only 2, okay. Which I kind of agree with, but then again, if you get somebody that's really good, why would you want to get rid of them? I mean, I know the thinking is if someone's there too long, they'll get too comfortable, they'll get corrupt, and they'll become a dictator. But in that case, you should be able to pull them out, you know. Mike Huckabee's daughter, yeah, she's pretty good. That's right, Sarah Huckabee. Yeah, that's right, she's running last now. Yeah, she'd make a good president. I guess, I don't know. I'm still leery of putting a woman in there. You know? I'd rather, I mean, I know it sounds a little racist, but I'd rather see a white man as president. I'm sorry, I'm just the way I am, you know. Obama was a mistake. Not so much because he was black, but because he was corrupt to begin with. You know. And I think we should be more... I mean, there's a lot of good black men out there that would make a good president, you know, because they're straight. They're conservatives. Obama was not one of them. So just to be on the safe side right now, I'd say let's just keep a white guy in there and be done with it. You know, unless you find a really good... Have Ben Carson, he's black. He would make a good president. Nobody will ever vote for him, but they should because he's a conservative, you know. How much weed is that Swedish girl smoking a day? You mean Greta? She looks like she's high all the time anyway. And she might be. Eric says you can't do more than 10 years. So Trump could do 2 years if he could get rid of the idiots and then he could run. Yeah, that's true. He would have been able to. But it's too late now because, like I said, Biden's term is almost over. But if they would have got him out of there and put Trump in place, say last year, Trump could have finished it out and then ran again because he wouldn't have had a complete term. And they can't change the years of the term. It always has to be that way, according to the Constitution. So yeah, he would get 10 years. That would have worked for me. Derek says, Raymond, she vapes it to save the environment from the smoke. Yeah, maybe. Ray says, that's gruesome. The gruesome DeSantis debate the other day. Yeah, I watched part of it, and, you know, DeSantis is my governor, because I'm here in Florida, and I like DeSantis as governor. Do I want him as president? No, I really don't, and the reason being is, I don't trust him. You know, he's doing a lot of things now because he wants to be president. He's screwing himself for the position. But prior to that, what did he actually do for Florida? I mean, he's not a bad governor, but he wasn't a great governor until recently. So when I see that, I get nervous. But Newsom, on the other hand, or gruesome if you want to call him that guy's a straight up commie, and he needs to be executed for treason. Look what he did to California. If they ever put him in as president, we're totally screwed. Raymond says, Greta gets on all our nerves. How dare she? How dare you? She needs a good one, you know. She needs a good hard one. That's what she needs. There's something wrong with that girl. She's only like, what, 14 or something like that? She's not very old. So, I mean, you know, why they would put somebody like that in that position is beyond me. What the hell does the kid know about that shit? The camera's a little off here. There we go. Almost added a picture there. Already for president. There you go. Democrats. Yeah, that's a good one. The real question is, how much weed would you have to smoke to do Greta? You need a lot of weed and some serious beer goggles, I'm sure. She's not even a good-looking girl, you know. I mean, well, she's too young anyway, but even if she were older, I don't think she's going to get any better looking. That doesn't seem like it anyway. And Dave says demented crats. Okay, that's even better. Artie says laughing last yes would change forever. Yeah, it would. I'd say if I were president, hey, they'd have to assassinate me the first weekend, because I would like put a stop to all this shit like right fucking now. You know, it's just ridiculous. You know, what? You know, it's just like there's a thing. I don't know if you guys watched Governor Abbott down in Texas. You know, the guy in the wheelchair. He comes across as a real tough motherfucker. You know, like, I'm going to do something about this illegal immigration. I just stole all the police units, the police forces in Texas, to arrest illegals on site and jail them. All right. Well, did you know? I don't know if you guys watched Tom's Trains and Things on Monday. You know, the after show on Rumble. But he was showing us video from a secret town that they're building outside of Houston, Texas. There's supposedly housing between 50 and 70,000 illegals. They're still building the town. I guess they're going to put as many as they can in there. And nobody's saying a word about it. Well, Governor Abbott, why don't you start by going in there with the National Guard and all the cops and everybody else and grabbing everybody, escorting them back over the border and telling them, if you come back, the next time you'll be looking down the barrel of a 45. Plain and simple. And if they do, then shoot the son of a bitch. Then you take the same National Guard, line them up along the border with orders to shoot to kill anybody who crosses. And that includes the fucking cartels that think doing this to our guys is funny. Flip me the bird, I'll flip you the fucking bullet. We'll see who gets the last laugh on that one. I mean, still, you know, what the hell? So, like I said, as far as I like Abbott to a degree, but I think he's just talking out of his ass. You know? You're not going to change anything by arresting a few illegals. First, you got to get all the ones that are already here and get them the hell out. And send a message, if you cross the border again, you're going to get a bullet in your ass. And back it up with actual bullets, you know. So the first dumbass that comes over again, problem solved. Hopefully, even better yet, get him with a shotgun. You can blow him back on the other side of the fence and leave him there to rot as a sign for the rest of the idiots. You know. Yeah, you're right, Derek. That's another problem. Oh, wait a minute. Greta's is she in her 20s? Are you sure? I thought she was still a teenager. I could be wrong on that, but either way, she looks like a little kid. She acts like a little kid. Or he says, I'd be a virgin again if that's all I had to choose from. Yeah, I hear that. I wouldn't fuck her with your dick, you know what I'm saying? And that's pretty bad. Derek says DeSantis wants to raise Social Security to age 70. Yeah, I read that too. And that's bullshit too. And you know what? The biggest bitch I've got with Social Security is stop giving all our fucking money away to the rest of the planet and to the illegals and put it back in Social Security, which you stole it from in the first place. And we won't have this discussion. 65 is a fair age for retirement. 75, a lot of people aren't even going to live that. And I think that's why they really want to do it, so they don't have to pay it out. Oh, yeah, we were going to give him full benefits, but, you know, he dropped dead. And unfortunately, I mean, your spouse can get some of it if she lives long enough. But with the life expectancy has dropped down by 6 or 7 years. I think life expectancy now for a man is only 72 or something like that, or 71. I know it went way down, and those who got the jab, it's even less than that. So look at all these people that aren't going to collect Social Security that they paid into. But I think that's the plan all along. Well, it's 67 here too, Artie. Me, I was born in 59, so it was 65 for me. My wife, on the other hand, I think hers was 65 too, but she took an early retirement at 62. She was born in 61. I think if you're born from 65, it's 67 is the earliest you can retire, I think. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I know they did raise it up a little bit. And because, the thing is, us people, boomers, we're the majority of the old people right now, and there's a lot of us. And I don't think the government factored that in, and now they got to pay it all out, and they're trying to figure out where to get the money from. But like I said, the money's there if they stop throwing it away. Greta was 16 when they first put her on the stage. How dare you? Okay. I knew she was young at the time. Has she grown that much? Has it been that long already? Jesus Christ. That woman needs to be bitch slapped and given a good hard one, you know what I'm saying? She's lacking something in her life that she needs. Derek said they need to build jails, not housing, and if you cross into Texas, you get arrested, serve 5 years hard labor, and then escorted to the border. Second violation, 10 years, third time. No, that's not good enough because that's costing us money, Derek. We got to pay for them motherfuckers. You give them one time, you throw them across the border, you tell them if they come back, they get a bullet. It's cheap and effective. I know there's some that would have a big issue with, killing people like that, but you have to do what you got to do. And of course, if we shut off the benefits, they wouldn't come here in the first place. The only reason they come here is because they know they're going to get free housing, free food, free education, free hospitalization. We're going to let them drive, so we give them a license to drive cars, even though most of them don't have insurance. Why wouldn't you come here if you get away with that shit? If Mexico said the same thing, how many Americans do you think would stay here? We'd all be running to Mexico. Hey man, we get some free food, and free education, and free housing, and they'll let us drive without a driver's license. We do whatever the hell we want. Of course they're going to come here with that. Cut all that shit out. They go, what the hell we want to go to America for? That place sucks. We're not getting any free shit anymore. Let's see. Oh, you guys jumped way ahead over here. Alright, here we go. We send our illegals to islands offshore. Yeah, that's what we should do, Artie. Send them to bumfuck somewhere, or some deserted island. Here you go. And leave them with the clothes on their back. Well, you want to make a life for yourself? There you go. Joe Rader says, say it ain't so, Jim. I'll be 74 in February. Well, there's still people that live long. What was the guy just died? He was 101 years old. It depends on your family. My family line seems to be about 90, 91. Will I live that long? I don't know. I think if I didn't have the stroke, I would have excellent odds of that. Because of the stroke, maybe not. I don't know. But both sides of my family, that seems to be the age. So, you don't know. Plus, I didn't get the jab, so if you get the jab, you're going to die earlier. You're just not going to go that far. Unless you're one of the lucky ones that got the fake jab, because 50% of the jabs were saltwater and the other 50% were the actual vaccine. Because it was all done as a test, as well as depopulation. Can you see 70-year-old cops chasing bad guys? I can't see 40-year-old cops chasing bad guys. Most of them sons of bitches. And don't get me wrong, I admire the cops, and I have a lot of respect for most of them. But, when I was a kid, you had to be 6'1" or 6 foot even to become a cop. You had to be in excellent shape. Your ideal weight. You had to be intelligent. Now they'll let any idiot hold a gun. had a badge. And that's where the problem is. You know, I've had these fat ass cops, you know, come to my house. Yeah, well, shit, you're a cop for real? You know, dude, you're bigger than I am. 66 years and 4. I wonder why, though. You should have been able to retire at 65 even. I don't know, it seems to be different for everybody. I don't know what the hell is going on. I know when I was still working, I would get the quarterly or yearly reports from Social Security, tell me how much I'd be eligible for if I waited till 65 to retire. So for me, 65 was the retirement age. And like I said, it went up to 67 shortly thereafter, so a few years after 59. So, and I know a lot of guys that were born around your time, and they retired with full benefits at 65, so I don't know. Nope, there will be more people shot by cops. Yeah, maybe already. But then again, they can't shoot worth the shit either. Imagine a 70-year-old, stop or I'll shoot. You know, it ain't gonna, it's just not gonna end well for anybody. Ray says, I think it's amazing that the sanctuary states and cities, of course they are, because they're spending all their money on this shit. You know? You know, Costa Rica has the right idea. If you want to emigrate there, become a Costa Rican citizen, you have to have $50,000 to put in an escrow account when you get there. And after you become a citizen, you can't vote for 5 years. Because they figure, as a newbie, you don't know what the hell's going on, and you haven't earned the right to vote for the people who are running the country yet. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. I think we should do that here. You want to come to America, you better have some money put in the bank because we're not taking care of you. And you can't vote for 5 years, at least, until you understand how the system works. And I think we need to start redoing these citizenship tests the way it was originally meant to, which means you had to do it in English, and you had to pass it with nearly 100% in order to become a citizen. Today, it's a fucking joke, you know. That's another thing. If you can't speak the language, we should not cater to your ass. We speak English here. You either speak English, or you're not going to get much help from anybody. Jared says, hopefully white Trump unable to do another term and not worried about re-election, he will make it that you employ illegal fine. Well, it should be. After 10 days CEOs, I agree. Man, we did this at the golf course when I worked there. All of our employees were illegals. They were nice guys, don't get me wrong. I got along good with all of them. And I was kind of slowly teaching them English, and they kind of wanted to learn. But they were illegals, you know, and the company knew it when they hired them. Because I brought it up once to because I was a manager there, so I had a little bit of say, you know, very little. And we were at a meeting one time, and I said, you know, it's not that I dislike the Mexicans. I have no problem with them. But you do have to babysit them in order to get them to do any real work, especially the first time around, you know, because they're generally slower. You never let more than 2 of them get together because nothing got done. And a lot of times they had to do the same job 2 or 3 times to get it right. So I said, when you factor that in, we were getting them guys, I think, $7 an hour to start. But if they had to do the same job twice, that's $14 an hour, technically, because it took 2 hours to do a 1 hour job. So we're paying them double to get half the work. And I said, you know, why don't we hire people that are citizens? Oh, we can't afford that. I said, you can't afford not to. You know? Instead of always looking at the bottom line, what you're putting out of pocket every week for their wages, once you look at the big picture, and see how much of a savings we can get. We got qualified people, paid them a little bit more money, and they would be more than willing to work for it, and everything would be 100% better. It says you're lowballing the wages to get basically illegals in here. They're desperate for work. They don't care. And it shows. They wreck equipment. They don't like something, they'll break it permanently. You know. Sometimes you have to stand over them to get anything done. I mean, they're not all like that, but a good many of them are. So when you have companies that are willing to, sidestep the laws, what are you going to do? So I agree with Derek. Let's start arresting the fuckers. And start with a big fine, $25,000 a day per person that you hire. And after 10 days, arrest the whole lot of them. We got busted at the golf course for hiring illegals. So they fired all the illegals for a while. But they all came back with different names a few weeks later. I was there. I know how this works. And they fired my boss. They made him the scapegoat and blamed him for hiring the illegals when it had really, he was under orders to hire them. Because I had talked to men, why do we hire these people? I don't have a choice. I have to hire them because this is my budget. And I have to stay within the budget. And I need X amount of people to do the job. He says, I agree with you. I'd rather pay more money to more qualified people, but the brass won't let me. So then ultimately they got rid of him, made him the scapegoat, and the same guys were hired under different names a couple weeks later. And that's what I'm saying. This shit probably goes on everywhere. And I agree. Nobody should work unless they're a U.S. citizen. If you're a border jumper, no checks required. This is, as it is, it's all bullshit. We shouldn't let them put their kids in school. If they get sick and they're going to die, well, go back to Mexico. They'll take care of you. We're not going to. Because you know what? You and I pay for every time they got to go to the ER. I can't only pay my own damn medical bills. They want me to pay theirs too? I mean, come on. Well, that's kind of a rant in itself, isn't it? The full retirement age increases gradually if you were born from 55 to 60 until it reaches, you're probably right, Gerald. I don't know the whole thing on it, but I do know that I was under the understanding I could retire when I turned 65. That may not have been true. There might have been a few months I would have had to wait. I don't know. I just assumed that because my full benefits kicked in at 65, I'd be able to retire at 65. So I may be wrong on that one. I don't know. I do know that next year when I turn 65, they're going to take me off disability and put me on Social Security, but I won't get more money, even though I had more money coming under Social Security. So they're just going to switch the terminology. I'll get the same money, which I don't really care. But of course, the good news is I can work and not have to worry about losing my benefits once I turn 65. Not that I'm probably going to be working, but if things get bad and I have to, I won't have to worry about losing my benefits. Because if I were to go to work now, they would cut my disability payments off. I'm not going there. Andy, no hardly. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, no hardly, no fucking work, no live here. Thomas Morris, I heard the coal mines are, well, that's for a lot of reasons. This whole green shit, which is also, I don't have an actual problem with it if we would wait and phase it in gradually. But you can't just wake up and say, you know what? No more oil, no more gas. We're going straight to electric. No infrastructure, no real technology for it, but we're going to go and do it anyway. That's just stupidity, Caddyshack, there you go. 16-year-olds are dumber today. 16-year-olds today are dumber than a fish tank full of goldfish. That's true. races already have seen goldfish more than the Gen. It makes you wonder. The millennials and the Gen Xers and all that shit, they're all dumb. They really are dumb. You know, Gen Zers, whatever. Let's say all the young ones anyway. Only some coal mines are closing, but not all, Thomas. Okay. Thing is, China's building coal mine after coal mine after coal mine. They don't give a shit. They're going to build what they need for their technology, you know, for their ability to sell goods. We, on the other hand, well, we're not as bad. Germany shut all theirs down, and now they're screwed. They can't produce enough heat to house their people comfortably. So a lot of their people are going to die because they can't heat their homes. They'll die from the cold. That was an act of stupidity. And as far as I'm concerned, a government that does that is guilty of crimes against humanity and should therefore be executed. Hey, Rich River Raisin Trains, how you doing? Good to see you here. Rick says, I was told years ago, I don't know if it's true or not. If you're not of SSI age, that time of service with the company you work for can make up the age to get full benefits. Possible, I have no idea. Like I said, I threw a shitload of money into Social Security when I was a young man, and really up until I had the stroke. And if I waited till 65, I would have got full benefits, which would have been about $3,200 a month, which I could live comfortably on that, because I'm only getting $1,487 a month right now under disability. And it's tough. I got to be careful how much money I spend. I make a little extra on my, mother-in-law's guest apartment that I have, my guest house. I rent out to her, but still, I got to be careful. I can't just go willy-nilly spending money like I used to. That don't happen anymore. Germany is buying coke and coal from here. Really? I didn't know that. Well, they need to, because they really screwed themselves, man. All right, Andy. Well, thanks for hanging out with us, and have a good night's sleep and a safe weekend, and we'll see you next time. Yeah, I wish we could, Dave, but as far as I know, you don't have a say, and I have a smart meter on my house. I don't like it, but I did look into getting it changed out. They said, nope, you gotta have it. It's the rule. So, I already said they forced their way into my power box the other week and put one in. Dave, they had to get an oxy cutter to cut the padlock. Oh, oxyacetylene there, huh? Well, they're going to do this because ultimately they want... Now, why do you think they're pushing electric cars? I think we've talked about this before, but they want to be able to control the car. They can't control your gas car. I mean, to some degree they probably can, some of the new ones. But us guys with older cars, we're not Wi-Fi, no Bluetooth, no Wi-Fi. You can't interfere with our cars. About the only thing you shut off on mine is the Bluetooth for the phone. Electric car, they'll have full control. They want to lock you out of it and shut it down, push of a button. They want to run into a wall at 140 mile an hour, push of a button. Make assassination a lot easier, And it ain't just the government you got to worry about. Any good hacker will be able to take control of your vehicle. Cindy, why would you want a smart house? I don't want smart nothing. I like to think I'm the smart one in the house. I like to keep it that way. The rest of the shit can all be stupid. We'll get along just fine. All right, so they spent 3 hours just trying to take off the padlock. Well, they padlock their meters over there? Oh, they put over here is a little wire tag thing that they can just clip with a pair of side cutters. And, As I said, if you attempt to mess with it and you cut it, unless you have one to replace it with, the proper one, you're busted. But that's all they do here. They don't actually padlock them. Things get any worse till they may have to start. Who knows? Yeah. I had my power cut off once with the old meter, and it was on a weekend, and I couldn't get it turned back on till Monday. And I'm going, I'm not going 2 days without electric. So what they used to do is they would just twist the meter so it wouldn't contact the upper and lower contact. All they do is twist it back just to make sure everything was turned off, because otherwise it could arc and you'd be killed. That was the only thing you had to be careful of. So I shut the main off, popped it back in place, went back in, flipped the main back on. I had electricity for the weekend. Sunday night, I turned it off and returned the box, the meter, and went down in the morning and paid for it. And they came out and turned it back on. They never knew, Well, maybe they did, because if they had looked at the reading, they would have probably seen that, the electricity ran for a few hours. But they don't catch you in the act. There wasn't much you can do about it. And I didn't cut the tag or anything, So the trick was to do it quickly and only do it on the weekend. If you did it during the week, because they would routinely check them, on the weekdays. And if they saw that sucker back in place, you got a warning usually the first time. Second time, you got charged with a felony. It wasn't good. Let's see what else we got going on here. Rick's River says, it was on the news the other day, Detroit is putting battery chargers in the road that will charge the batteries who drive down the highway. Yeah, I guess they could do that, just like the wireless charging with your phone, but all this technology they're putting, they don't know how it's going to affect humans. So how's that going to affect the kid walking down the sidewalk? Will he get a low charge of electricity? And it's not that he can feel, but might affect his nervous. I mean, who knows? That's stupid. I want to be able to control the temperature. Yeah, exactly. You know what? Nobody controls my shit except for me. And if it gets down to it, and I have to take up arms, then, well, I'll probably die, but that's fine. But I'm not going to live under anybody's rule. It's just not going to happen. That you can count on. Hey, Russ Rockado, how's it going? Good to see you here. He says, I locked the box for 2 reasons. Stop the kids from turning off my power. And also my power company, as I'm at war with them for trying to rip me off. Yeah, that could make a difference. Kids do that shit, man. Turn off your power. You got some fucking punk kids in your neighborhood, man. They need an ass beating is what they need. That'll take care of that shit. Dave says, no smart meters here, Ari. Well, that's pretty good. In Florida, they came in pretty quick. I know they put them in back in Naples a few years ago. And, they tell us, well, within the next 6 months, you're going to get a smart meter, so deal with it. I mean, it wasn't, well, can we not get one? I did. I asked. I said, can I just leave the one that's in there? Oh, no, it's mandatory. You have to have a smart meter. Why? Because we're upgrading the system. No, why? I never got an answer, because we know what the answer was. All right, so oops, then whose house did I drop to 45 degrees? They have rolling blackouts in California. What asshole would ever vote for Newsom ever again? Well, nobody probably ever did, but, they cheat. And they just caught, I don't know, did I talk about this already? I don't remember, but on the news today, I think it was in Massachusetts, they had a local election for sheriff in this one town. And according to the census, the town only had 895 people in it. And yet they got 1,300 votes that were tallied up. And the Democrat won. Where did those extra votes come from? You can't vote more than the population that's registered to vote. So that means the dead voted, and probably a few people voted more than once. And I don't know what they're going to do. They didn't say, hopefully they'll cancel the election and redo it with paper ballots. Because this is bullshit, you know. But this is what the Democrats do, and they've probably been doing it for a very long time, and we just didn't know about it. I've always asked the same question. Why do they keep putting the same morons back in office every time, every turn we turn around? You know? How did Pelosi get there for what? She had it for 32 years? How and why? Her district is a shithole. The people there can't be that stupid. I mean, maybe they can, but you wouldn't think they would. You know? And of course, the bottom line was that they weren't elected. They cheated. But nobody thought to ask or bitch about it. You know? That's what we need to go back to paper votes, counted the same day. None of this early voting shit, none of this vote by mail shit, none of the drop boxes. You're all that shit. Get your happy ass down the polls on the appointed day, cast your vote, have it counted by at least 2 people, and they're not Democrats. Maybe one could be, but one's got to be a Republican. You know, honest people to oversee each other. And if they get caught cheating, they get the death penalty. Plain and simple. That'll put a stop to any cheating right then and there, because nobody is going to die so some jackass can become senator, congressman, police chief, whatever, you know. But until we get to that point, nothing's going to change. Yeah, I think maybe we are getting to the tipping point, I hope. But you never know. Like I said, unfortunately, the Democrats, and there's some Republicans too, they're not exactly all on the up and up either, but whoever the bullshit politicians are, they keep getting away with it because nobody goes after them. Even when they get caught, nothing happens. You know? But it did to the gay guy there. What the hell is his name? The one congressman, the Santos? You know? He lied about everything. His qualifications, his schooling, everything. I guess he's guilty of some other things. So they said, all right, you have to quit. We're gonna force you to quit. He should be going to prison. He should be sending out a clear message to this guy. Look, you lied to get in, you lied to the American people, you lied to your co-workers, your co-politicians, and you got caught, now you're going to prison. And you're gonna get 10 years hard labor, tough shit. If you don't like it, then you shouldn't have done what you did. Merely firing him and throwing him out of office, where's the punishment? He'll probably still get some sort of a pension too. You know? Well, you did bad, we're throwing you out, but here's some money for the rest of your life, so, you know, just shut up and don't worry about it. That's not the way you do things. All right, he says we got rolling blackouts in 2 states here, as those 2 states gone green power and now don't have enough power for AC and heaters. Well, of course, and that's going to happen. We have a system that works. Until we can come up with a better system that we can phase in over time, that's reliable, we need to not screw with it. You just don't say, well, we're shit canning this today, and we're going to do this tomorrow, even though we don't know if it'll work. Dave says paper ballots and Democrats will never. You're absolutely right. And I think they know that, and that's why they're doing what they're doing, because they know it's the only way they can win. Well, idiot, I mean, I know there's a few, but you can't tell me the majority of the country is that stupid to think that the Democrats are going to do anything for us when they've been bending us over and ramming us hard since the beginning of their reign, you know. And most people, honest people, hardworking people, know nothing is actually free. Somebody's got to pay for it. So when they offer us free this and free that, they really mean, well, we're going to take the money from those of you who are making money and give it to those who don't. Well, screw that, you know. Yeah, I know Newsom is Pelosi's nephew, and that tells you that the rotten fruit don't fall far from the rotten tree, does it? Stop challenging the stupid, Jim. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, unfortunately. Do you know that Newsom is Pelosi's nephew and Donald Trump Jr.'s girlfriend, Kimberly Guilfoyle, was married to him and they have a... Oh, no shit, I didn't know that. I knew that that's Pelosi's nephew, but I didn't know that about Guilfoyle. Yeah, voting month. Whatever happened to voting day? I mean, I've done early voting, but I still go to the polls. I have never done a mail-in ballot, ever. I got, actually, 2 extra ballots last time, in 16, or 20 rather. So did my wife. 4 ballots came in the mail, 2 for each of us. I tore them up and threw them away, so they couldn't be used later on. Because both me and Deb, we went down and we cast our vote in person. It's right around the corner, My personal thing is, if you can't get your happy ass down to the polls and vote, then you don't need to vote. If you can walk 5 miles to get a 6-pack of beer or a pack of cigarettes, you can walk 2 or 3 blocks to cast your vote. I don't want to hear this shit. It's too far. Well, the damn liquor store ain't. Russ says Democrats are scumbags, Republican politicians are losers, go along to get along. Same old shit, different. Oh, that's true. I've said this for years, and I like saying it because it's funny. The difference between Republicans and Democrats is the Democrats will fuck you in the middle of the street in front of God and everybody, but the Republicans will drag you in the house and fuck you behind closed doors. But you're still getting fucked no matter who does it. And it really is the truth. The Democrats will do it out in the open, the Republicans try and hide it, but you're still getting it up the ass either way. It's not good. Alright, he says, I told you guys last time, you guys need our election system. Everyone alive and registered must vote and cut off point 40 days before election date, not registering out. Oh, that's true, because they need time to check out and make sure you're legit. This bullshit, it used to be that way here. I think it was 40 days, but there was a timeline before you could actually cast your vote after you registered. Because now you can register the same day you vote. And you weren't allowed to do that previously because they couldn't check you. So in other words, I could be a legitimate vote, well, I am, a legal voter, and I'm registered here in Sebring. I could go up to Avon Park a few miles down the road, register under a different name, and vote again the same day to cast the votes. They wouldn't have time to catch me and know that I screwed up. And afterwards, they probably just don't even give a shit. So obviously, I agree. And 40 days is not bad. That gives the government plenty of time to make sure you are who you say you are. And that's why we need IDs. But the Democrats don't want IDs, and some of the Republicans don't either, because they want to cheat. Dave, you're right. Half of Congress in the House should be in prison. They're worse off than most people. They're drunks, they're alcoholics, they're wife beaters. They write bad checks. All of them have bad credit. Some are wanted for petty crimes. What the hell? Apparently there's no qualification to be a politician. Unless, of course, you're gay and you lie about what you think what you pretend to be. Then that's a problem, but everybody else could be fine with it. Mind you, I'm not promoting gay politicians. I'm saying, this guy Santos, the only reason they kicked him out, I think, was because he was gay. Because he's a Republican. You can't have a gay Republican, you only have a gay Democrat, I guess. Personally, actually should have a gay anything, but, what do I know? 1 million people registered, you can't have 1,000,001. That's true. That's what I'm saying, this is the problem. This happened in 20. They had something like 60,000 or more votes than there were voters. That should have, and they knew this right in the beginning. But the judge, nobody wanted to step in and say, well, wait a minute here. Obviously, there's some cheating going on. Let's cancel the whole thing and do it over again. This time we're going to do paper, make you show an ID, and you have to do it in person to prove who you are. And I guarantee you, Trump would have won by a landslide. You know, he was winning until, what is it, 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever it was that they shut down the polls for a couple hours. And all of a sudden, when they reopened them, he was losing badly. Sure, you know. And we all know what happened. Even the ones that swear it was legit know better, because it wasn't. Yeah, I read that too, Dave. Districts of Michigan had voter turnout over 130%. How is that possible? You know. And this was happening in almost every state. Because the dead were voting, people were voting twice, people were making up names, you know, going to nursing homes and having invalids and vegetables filling out voter forms. You know, come on here, man. Russ says now we have election month instead of election day. Deadline should be 11:59 p.m. Oh, they used to be. We need to go back to that. All right, he says a couple others been busted here. Biggest sentence is 25 years for corruption, and they should get the death penalty here. I don't care, man. That's serious to fuck with the vote, you know. And if you do, you should be executed, hung by the rope until dead, or hung by the neck until dead. However they say. Dave said it was 90 days in Wisconsin before election. Yeah, like that. I remember it being, you know, because, well, I registered to vote, I think, on my 18th birthday. And I don't think the elections came up till almost a year later. But that was the first thing I did when I turned 18. I registered to vote because I wanted to vote, you know, as much as I bitched about the system, if I didn't vote, I couldn't realistically bitch about it, you know what I'm saying? So, but I know you couldn't vote the day before the election or the day of the election. I knew that for a fact. All right, so what you're saying, I can come to the U.S. and register to vote now. Well, technically you can. I mean, legally you can't, but if they're not going to enforce it, then that's what they're doing anyway. Half the fucking illegals were voting. They're not allowed to vote, but, you know, when you get your driver's license, which they shouldn't be able to get, a lot of states call what they call the motor voter card. So when you get your driver's license, you're automatically enrolled and registered to vote. Even though you're not a citizen, you shouldn't hold a driver's license to begin with, but even then, just because you have a license, you now are registered to vote. That's bullshit. And that's why they did it, because that was their way to get around the laws. Now you can still register. Yeah, exactly. You can register literally 5 minutes before you cast your vote. That's bullshit, too. You cannot give an ID to a dead person. Well, that's true, Tom. That's like you said, you got a lot of illegals voting. In New York, the illegals are allowed to vote for state elections. They can't vote for president elections, federal elections, so they say. But the fact that they're letting them vote in local elections is, once again, it should be illegal. It probably is. But who's going to enforce it, you know? And of course, they know that most illegals will vote Democrat because, you know, the Democrats give them the free money, the free food, the free house, all the other free shit. So they're not going to bite the hand that feeds them, you know. Dave says a politician in Milwaukee owned a duplex over 30 registered voters left there. Sure they did. And their last name was what? Alvarez or Rodriguez? That's fucking ridiculous, man. The laws of averages and the math didn't add up. Even I saw that here. Even the math expert said the same thing. Well, of course it was, Artie, because as I'm saying, You can't have 1,000 people vote if only 900 are registered to vote. You know, somewhere along the line, somebody's cheating. But, you know, and really I think what happened was, is, you know, Trump knew this probably all along, because, you know, remember, he used to be a Democrat. So he was probably in on some of this stuff, or at least had knowledge of it. So when he switched affiliations and ran for president, he already knew what was going on, you know. I think the problem was actually bigger than even he thought, but, you know. And I think that's the fact that he brought it out in the open since he lost, you know, to the Biden. I think that really what screwed over the Democrats, or I should say throw a wrench in their plan, because now we know, and we're going to be watching out for it. At least they're still going to try and do it. Hopefully we'll catch them and actually stop them this time. You know, we can't turn a blind eye like what happened. You know, remember that night in 20 when they were pulling suitcases out from under the tables loaded with ballots after they supposedly shut down for some bullshit reason. You know, ranging from a pipe leak to somebody went into a diabetic coma or something, you know. And all of a sudden, 2 hours later, Biden's so far in the lead, and it's like, well, how did this happen? You know. Well, we saw the suitcases. You knew there weren't clothes in there. Why would there be? But nobody did anything, you know. And unfortunately, I think we're at a point now where the people themselves, ourselves, may have to actually start storming some of these polling places or wherever we need to go and say, this is not happening. None under our watch. We've done this once, you got away with it, not happening again. And if we have to use force of arms, then so be it, you know. And anybody caught cheating should be executed for treason. Period. Let's see, our only problem with Santos is we will lose another seat, and McCarthy resigning will make 2 lost seats. Republicans, yeah, that's true. They won't get anything done anyway, but it makes you wonder, though, doesn't it? Are they setting up the House to become a Democratic majority? You know? And so I don't trust McCarthy. I never did. He's a turncoat. And if they gave him enough money, sure he'll resign and let a Democrat walk in. Same thing with Santos. They say that's their biggest concern, that Santos will be replaced with a Democrat. And I understand that, because don't they appoint somebody if somebody resigns halfway? I mean, sometimes they hold a special election, but generally, if it's early enough, or midway or something like that, they'll just appoint someone to fill in until the real election happens. Now, if the Republicans have a slim majority in the House, why can't they appoint another Republican? I don't understand this, you know. Let's see. All right, he says, I wonder, I might be able to make governor or president after all. President might be kind of hard, though, Artie. Although, I don't know. You know, they let Obama become president. He wasn't an American citizen, not natural born. And we all know it, and even his mother admits to it, or grandmother, or whoever the hell it is. You know, he was born in Kenya. He is not an American citizen. Even if he was born in Hawaii, his dad was a Kenyan citizen, and only the mother was an American citizen. And I believe the father has to be an American citizen, more so than the mother does. So, you know, they let him in. Hell, they would have let anybody in. All right, Jared. Well, we'll see you later, man. Thanks for popping in, and you have a safe night, too, and a safe weekend, and we'll see you next time. Thomas Gray says, newsflash, Hunter Biden indicted on 9 tax charges adding gun. Oh, no shit. They finally went and did it, huh? The question is, will he serve any jail time? That's what I want to know. I mean, are they going to slap him on the wrist like they always do? All right, so at the end of the day, Democrats and Republicans are all sleeping in the same bed at the end of the day. They are both bad as the... Oh, that's true. Thomas Moore says, Jim, Sunday after next is Christmas Eve. Christmas is the 24th, which I believe, let me bring up my thingy here. Oh, yeah, next week. Now we got 2 weeks, man. 2 weeks and 3 days before Christmas. I still got a ways to go. Dave says, look long enough, Thomas, have to hurry so his dad can park. Yeah, right? And that's probably what will happen, too. Or he wants to know, is that on fake news, Tom? Might be. Russ says, I'm a Republican, but I may become politically homeless after this next election. Yeah, me too, unfortunately. I'm a Republican as well. But I don't really trust either party. Like I said, one fucks you in the middle of the road, the other one fucks you in your bedroom. You're still getting fucked, and that's the problem. You know? You can't tell me they can't fix these problems, like, quickly, you know? Why does it always take months or years to investigate and spend millions of dollars to determine that something illegal happened and then there's no penalty, you know? I mean, you know they drag it out because they don't want to put anybody in jail. But these things should be literally happening overnight, you know? They said, we already know that Hunter Biden purchased a gun under false pretenses, okay? His girlfriend or wife, whatever the hell she was, threw the gun in the trash, committing a crime all on her own, you know, public trash, by a school. We've seen the pictures of him smoking crack, snorting cocaine, grated cheese, whatever. We've seen him drunk. We've seen him half naked. Hell, we've seen him completely naked. He's been paying whores off. This guy's broken so many laws. I mean, they should just go in and say, dude, you're going to be arrested, and we've got 40 charges against you. You're going to jail, you know? And you don't get bond because, well, you're guilty as shit. So, it's ridiculous. Tom says, my Christmas vacation starts with 12/22 and ends, oh, damn, you get a long vacation. I used to do that, too, when I was working. I'd save my regular 2-week vacation. And then the week and a half vacation I got for Christmas, and I wound up with almost 4 weeks off. Used to piss off my boss, but couldn't do anything about it. Artie says we have over 60 different political parties in Australia. Well, that's got to be tough to pay attention to. Dave says I'm independent of political parties. I don't blame you. Thomas Moore says Hunter Biden makes dumbasses. Well, of course he does, because he doesn't care. Because he's going to get away with it. Daddy will take care of him, you know. Hey, if you had a dad that you knew would protect no matter what you did, you go out and do all kinds of shit yourself. Most people would, you know. Some of us wouldn't, but then again, who knows? Maybe we would. Ray says, I am going in the other room, so we'll be listening, lurking on the TV. Oh, cool. That's cool. Artie goes, Thomas, where are you going? Dave says, good night, all, and I'm out of here. All right, Dave. Well, have a good evening, man, and be safe, and we'll see you next time. Tom says, stay home staycation, man. That's what I used to do, too. Just stayed home, so screw it. Lounged around. I did have a deal with my boss. I said, look, if you get in a real bind, you call me. I'll walk you through it. I'm not coming in, but I'll walk you through any problems you have, you know, for my division. And they never had to anyway, because my employees were very reliable, and I taught them well. So I'm kind of worried sometimes, though, that, you know, maybe they figured out they really didn't need me there. Even though they kind of did. Russ wants to know, are you a sovereign citizen? Well, we all are, technically. Ray says, can't cheat on the TV. There you go. We'll shut up and watch TV then, right? Look for a video notification on the coal mine railroad spike. That's different. So, yeah, it's just, you know, I know I really hate talking about politics all the time, but unfortunately, it's, you know, part of the problem we deal with in the world. And how are you going to get around it? You know, you can't stick your head in the sand and pretend nothing's going on, because that's how we got there in the first place. If Americans, me included, would have done something 50 years ago, put our foot down, says, you know what, this ain't going to fly, we're not going to put up with this, took up arms and said, look, this is the way you're going to do things, the way the Constitution and the founders intended it to go. Otherwise, you know, see them light poles? We got plenty of rope. And we should have done it, you know. You'd only have to hang one of them, and the rest would fall in line, believe me. But we did nothing. We just basically turned a blind eye to it and said, well, you know, they're not really hurting us, so we don't care. And look where we're at now. Tom Grass says, it is hard not to talk about it, Jim, with all the stupid things they do. If they did things the right way, would be no need. That's true. There really wouldn't be. All right, he says the foot should have been put down 30. Well, it should have 30, maybe even 50. Because, like I said, this shit all started really with really about. But I think with Clinton mostly. Although possibly it started with the Bushes too. I didn't like either of the Bushes, even though they were Republican. I didn't trust them. Couldn't believe. Remember Bush saying, "Read my lips, no new taxes," and the next day we had new taxes. You know. I mean, they lie right to your face. You listen to it. You caught them dead to rights, and we did nothing. You know. What should we have done? Well, everybody should have said, you know what? We're not paying the fucking taxes. Fuck you. We're going to stay home and not do nothing. 2 days of that shit, the country would go belly up. And they knew it. But we went along with it, so we just showed them, well, just how stupid and unwilling we are to fight for what was right. You know? And we're all guilty of it, I mean, realistically. And of course, one or two people, or even 1 or 2,000, can't fix anything. You need the majority of the country to literally stand up and say, you know what? We're not doing it. We're going to do it this way. Otherwise, we're coming for your asses. You know? And the thing is, the founders, that's what they would have done. At least according to what they said. If anybody tried to screw over the country, they found them, they brought them in, they put them in a military trial. If they were found guilty, they were hanging off a rope the next day. We need to do the same fucking thing. You know? But the problem is, nobody wants to do it. I said, I'm just as guilty, but, you know, I can't do it alone either, and neither can you guys. If we don't get a few million of us together and storm Washington and say, you know what, this is how we're going to do things from here on in. We're in charge, you're not. We're here to remind you of that. If you have a problem with it, we'll take it outside to see how it goes. We got plenty of rope. And you see how fast they change their tune, you know. But they know we're not going to do it. We know we're not going to do it. Russ says, voting has become a catch-22 situation in the U.S. You were damned if you do and damned. Well, that's true. And not only that, but they basically pick who's going to run. They say, all right, you got idiot A and you got idiot B, maybe idiot C. Pick one, anyone, and whoever you choose, we'll let them run the country because we're actually controlling them anyway, you know, as far as they're concerned. So we're not getting any real choice. If I wanted to run for president, how far do you think I'd get? About 10 steps out the door, maybe. I don't have the money for one. You got to pay a shitload of money just to get on the ballot. You know, and I have to run as an independent because neither party would take me. And if you're not a Republican or Democrat, you got zero chance anyway. So this bullshit, remember we were in school and taught as kids, anybody can be president? Yeah, bullshit. Unless you're rich and you have the political backing, you ain't going to be shit. And that's the problem in this country. So normal guys like us, any one of us, will never get to be president because we don't have the political power to do so. Only the politicians do, and they're basically pre-picked, you know. Now, some people think that it was Trump's turn to win. I don't. I think it was a fluke. I think Hillary thought nobody's going to vote for that, you know. What do they call him? Shit. Can't think of the word now. Nobody's going to vote for him because, you know, he's an idiot. And most of us thought Trump was an idiot. But when we started thinking about, well, do we want Trump or do we want the fucking bitch from hell? You know? But they really thought that she was going to win because it was her turn. She was supposed to become the new president. The first woman, and probably the last president of the United States, as it were. So they let their guard down, and I think that's how Trump won. They really did. Even when they announced that he won, I don't think they actually believed it. Oh, there's no way he won. Somebody mistaken. Count again, make sure, because he couldn't have won, even though he did. Yeah. But they thought the people were so stupid that they were going to vote for Hillary because A, she put more money in, and B, you know, she's Hillary Clinton, you know, Bill's beautiful, excellent wife. Not. So, I mean, you know, the reality is, they're the only people that are going to become president. You and I are never going to become president. We don't have the money. We don't have the political backing. We don't have the media backing it. We have nothing. Even though I myself would make an excellent president because I can't be bought. I don't give a fuck how much money you got. I'm going to do the right thing because you know what? I don't want to wind up in hell. And I figure if I don't do the right thing, that's where I'm going to wind up when I die. You know, but they don't want people like me running the country. So even if by some miracle I did get in, they'd find a way to assassinate me. Just like they did with Kennedy and Lincoln. Those guys tried to do the right thing, and they wound up with a bullet in their head. Yeah. They almost killed Reagan. He took a bullet to the heart. He survived it, luckily. Or maybe God, you know, didn't want him to die yet. But, you know, because once again, he wasn't playing along either. Now, we don't know how many attempts there were on Trump. Some say there was quite a few. Others say they were afraid to kill him because it would incite civil war, which may have been true. But, and I don't know if that'll play out this time either. They may ultimately try and kill him, you know. So unless God really is protecting him, he's screwed. So, you know, but this is where we're at with this thing, and people don't understand it. Already says they cut our tax returns every year. I got a minimum of $1,700 return. Now it's $400. My tax returns must be paid for my trip to the U.S. Yeah, I hear you. Well, like I said, they're taking back the stimulus money here from some of the people they claim they overpaid. In other words, you didn't deserve the stimulus. We didn't know it at the time, so now we want it back. You know, it should be like, well, if you're the dumb fucker who gave you the money in the first place, cut your losses and go away. You can't take it back, you know. But they're the government, they can do whatever they want. Already says our ballot papers here are not linked to individuals, Russ. If there is no one I like, I just write in on the ballot paper. Yeah, well, then we can do that here, too. There are write-in candidates who, like they said, they're threatening to take Trump off of some of the ballots, some of the states. They're trying to get him off in Colorado, being appealed again. Because the judge said no, he stays on the ballot. So the Democrats are appealing it to another judge. And they may succeed, but We just write in his name if you live in Colorado. You know, it's not going to change nothing. But that's how bad they're trying to stop him from becoming president. He says, I beg to differ. Anyone can start their own party, but you need to work hard and fight. Yeah, well, you do. And Tom was right. It takes a ton of money to be president. Does not matter who's smart or not. It really is true. Whoever has the most money usually wins. Usually, not always. But like I said, Clinton had more money she had more money invested in the election than Trump did. Remember, Trump used a lot of his own money. But I think they said Hillary put in something like $10 billion or some shit. I mean, a B with a billion. Billion with a B. She raised money for it because, you know, Democrats are stupid. But even with all her money, she still lost. You know. And because most of us were terrified of Hillary becoming president, we knew what would happen. And I don't think the Democrats really counted on that. Russell, did you see Christie make an ass of himself with him last night? I didn't watch the debates last night. If it was anything like the first two, it was just a waste of fucking time. You know. And they make an ass of themselves all the time. And none of them have a chance. They should all just wrap up and go home. DeSantis, Haley, Christie, all of them. Somebody else just dropped out recently too. I can't remember what it was. But they have no chance. Trump is it. Trump is going to he's going to win the primary and he's going to become president if they don't kill him. That's the only way he's not going to be president. They're going to have to kill him. And if they do that, a reasonably sure civil war will start, because I think that will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. You know. Because we're going to know exactly who did it and why. I mean, they're trying like hell now to convince us that if Trump becomes president, we'll be under a ruthless dictatorship like Stalin or Hitler or Castro. And that's bullshit. You know? We're under that now, sort of. I mean, to some degree, you know, that idiot Biden's trying to control everything. Oh, you can't have gas stoves. We don't want you to have gas cars anymore. You're going to have to. Or we're going to have to get rid of your ceiling fans, too. You have to get a green one now. Fuck you and your green fan. You know? This is bullshit. Did you see Ray Bros? Hillary sucked. Oh, wait, that was Monica. Yeah, I can't see Hillary sucking any dick anywhere. She might be eating at the Y. That's about it, you know. Dining at the Y, as it were. All right, he says, the only win after those who cheated on the stimulus, the rest of us don't have to pay it back, as that money came from our national disaster fund. Over there, that's true, but here it's a little different. They're, I mean, now they're going after people who cheated, too. They went after my mother-in-law. She owes them a bunch of money, which is really stupid. She's on SSI, I think it is. She never worked and paid taxes in or anything because she worked for herself all her life. So she never put money in Social Security. Well, she can't work anymore. She's 82 years old. And we look after her as best we can, but even I have to charge her a little bit of rent just to help cover the bills. So she gets, I think, $750 a month, something like that, from SSI. And they're trying like hell to take every dime they can back out of her. So before she moved here, my old tenant that lived in the back apartment in Naples, she moved out back to New Mexico. Rented a place and convinced my mother-in-law to go live with her. I knew that was a mistake off the bat, but my mother-in-law, oh, it'll be cool. I've never been to New Mexico. It'll be all right. You know, we get along real well and all that shit. Her and, can't remember her name now. Patricia. Well, they got over there, and of course, Patricia just kind of bent her over, wanted her to pay more than X amount of money for the rent that she promised, and just fucked her over all the way around. So she basically, and she sold her car and everything to go there. All right, my mother-in-law did. So, you know, it costs money to move. You don't move for free. she had to pay a moving truck to bring her stuff back to Florida. And that was most of the money that she got from the sale of her car. Well, anyway, Social Security said, oh, no, you can't have more than $2,000 in the bank, which also I think is bullshit, because there's a lot of people with hundreds of $1,000s in the bank and they're still getting their SSI, right? So anyway, they said, well, you're going to have to pay back, let's just say $19,000. She has to pay them back. She won't live long enough to pay that back. But they only take so much out of her check, but, every penny counts when you're not getting that much. And if it wasn't for the cheap rent that I provide, and she gets food stamps if she qualified, she'd be living out in the street and she'd be dead already. That's what I'm saying. This is bullshit, And this is what our government does. Meanwhile, they're giving free food, free rent, free education, free hospitalization to all the fucking illegals. And if you come here on a, can't think of the word now, political refugee, they give you $200,000 cash to get you started. Really? What the fuck? We got problems here, man, and it ain't right. And we need to fix it. Artie says, Monica must have done a better job than Hillary. That's why Phil went to Monica. Well, I imagine Hillary wouldn't put out anymore. And really, why would you want to go with that anyway? I mean, Monica wasn't exactly a good-looking woman. She wasn't ugly, but, she really wasn't worthy of the presidential bed, so to speak. And yet, I think at that point, Bill was ready to fuck anything he can get his hands on. But see, he was screwing around with Monica, the Secret Service didn't know about it. I read a story on this back then, and the Secret Service would vet women for Bill to mess around with. They probably told the women, say, look, the president wants to fuck you. So here's the deal. You can sleep with him, but if you ever open your mouth, you may have to go away permanently. In other words, they made sure it stayed on the down low, And I'm sure they've been doing it with every president. I don't think Bill was any different than any other president, Not even Trump for that matter. Does he cheat on his wife? Maybe. I mean, I don't know why he would. Something that looks that good, I wouldn't screw around with, but, But the fact is, remember, the Kennedys were the biggest womanizers in the history of the country, Nixon was probably screwing everything that walked. Both the Bushes, they were, So, but so I said, they went through the Secret Service so that they didn't get caught. But Bill was so horny, he couldn't wait for the Secret Service to, to vet somebody. So he went got his own on the side, and that's what busted him. And I understand that the Secret Service actually warned him to stop doing that because it was going to bite him in the ass, and of course it did, But apparently he must have been a real horn dog, I guess, and he couldn't go a day without getting any. Strange stuff. Russ says, my wife and I had to pay in our Fed return for the first time last year. After Biden stole the election, our return kept getting smaller. I had to have my wife adjust her with, yeah, I imagine. Like you said, the Democrats get in. Tax, tax, tax. All right, he says, looks like I'm better off here, Jim. U.S. is hell. Yeah, unfortunately. At least we are looked after at the end of the day and not get completely stranded. Yeah, it's unfortunate that we don't really take care of our elderly here. We really should, but we don't. There was a time I think we did. That time has passed. He says, here on pension or unemployment, we get $300 per week in rent assistance. I guess that's per week. Free medical, discounted medications, utility assistance of $80 per week. Average payment is about $2,500 per month. And that's fine. That's the way it should be, All right, he says, I now get free car registration, free drive. And then, they will bend you here if you're 100 fucking years old. They don't care, you know. I said property tax should go away as soon as you turn 65, at the least. It really should go away as soon as your kids are out of school, because property taxes mostly pays for education. Well, my kids haven't been in school in 30 years. Actually, longer than that. My oldest is 43 or 44, I think, you know. My kids haven't been in school. You know, it's her turn to pay taxes. She's a homeowner. She pays taxes because she has, you know, 3 kids of her own. And when she hits 65 or her kids grow up and they're out of the house or out of school, she shouldn't have to pay any more either. Now, here in Florida, they'll give you a break under some circumstances. I thought I'd qualify, but now I'm not so sure, because next year I'll be 65, and I thought I'd get a break on the taxes. I'm not 100% sure I will. Even though I've lived in Florida for over 25 years, I haven't lived at the same residence for 25 years. Even though I've been a citizen of Florida. So I'm not sure. I have to really look into that. I'm not sure I'm going to get the break or not. I know my dad did. You know, he was basically, well, he's in the same house since 69. And he's been dead 10 years. He died in 10. So I know in 7 or 8, 2007, 2008, they told me I didn't have to file property taxes on him anymore. He was exempt. Of course, he was also a veteran, which I'm not. So I don't know. I'm going to have to go down to the county and find out all the ins and outs of it. I'm hoping I get some sort of a break, you know. Because it's bullshit. My house is paid for, yet I don't truly own it. Because if I don't pay the taxes, guess what? I lose it. And it's bullshit. It really is. You know. And we don't get free anything here, believe me. Driver's licenses, well, mine's still good for a few years, but I think they're $57 now to renew it. $57 to renew your fucking driver's license. Ridiculous. Russ says, is your country 33 trillion in debt already? The U.S. is a poor country, Well, that's true. We really are. Although the money's fake, you know. If we got rid of the Fed, we'd get rid of that 33 trillion in debt. We probably only own maybe $1 trillion or $2 in actual money. The rest is interest, you know. And if we decided to go bankrupt and told our creditors to, you know, shove it up their ass and did away with the Federal Reserve, we wouldn't be in deep shit anymore. But any president that tries will wind up with a bullet in his head. Remember, that's what Kennedy tried to do. And so did Lincoln. They tried to make their own money. You know, real, actual American money. But the Fed said, oh, no. You have to buy your money from us. And that's all there is to it. And we're in the same boat. I think Reagan probably tried the same thing, too. And that was what the attempted assassination was over. So any president that tries to do away with the Federal Reserve will wind up with a bullet in him. There's a way to fix it, but not what you would consider a legal way. But it really needs to be done. We need to get rid of them. Let's see, Artie says also here you can get public housing and only pay $40. Well, they have HUD housing here, which is same thing basically. It's not a bad deal. I don't really agree with it. I think that housing costs need to come down. You know, we're getting to a point where the average house now is like $800,000. You know, to purchase the house, regardless of what it is, at least here in Florida, and that's ridiculous. You know, when my dad bought his house down here in 1969, he paid $13,700 for it. $13,700 for a house. That same house today, because I inherited it, I sold it, and it got flipped twice, and the last owner that had it sold it for $1.1 million. A $13,000 house. I'd say there's a problem there. I had a tenant well, she wasn't a tenant. She wanted to move into my back apartment, but she wanted me to file it under HUD, and I said, no, I can't do that. She said, well, why not? I said, because for one, I'll get more money technically, but then I got to put in a fire deterrent system, the sprinklers in. I got to do this. I had to do all kinds of shit to get in compliance for what the government regulated for their properties. In other words, I'd actually almost lose ownership of part of my house. I said, I'm not doing that. I said, I feel for you, but, my rent's $675 a month. If you can't pay it, then you just can't live there because I can't come down. Where if I'd have went under HUD rules, she would have wound up giving me like $50 a month, and the government would pay me the rest of it, and probably more so. I probably could have got $800 a month in total. But I don't want them having any type of ownership over my house. And if you come in and say, well, you need to put a fire extinguisher here, and you have to have a railing open, no, fuck you. I'll decide what I need and what I don't need. So that was the deal with that. But we do have HUD housing here. But in most cases now, most of the HUD houses are run down. They're very tiny. Yeah, you get them for next to nothing, but the landlord makes a killing. And most of the landlords that do this are slumlords. They won't put any of that money back into the house. They just want to stick it in their pocket. So, Russia will keep borrowing money to help other countries, and we have a fluid. Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Why are we giving everybody billions and billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars? We can't pay our own bills, It makes no sense. I mean, we're trying to buy friendship, or I think with the case of Ukraine, Biden had to give them the money because Zelensky probably threatened Biden to say, look, if you don't give me money, I'm going to tell the whole world what a crooked bastard, treasonous bastard you are with China and Russia and everybody else. So hand over the bucks or, face the consequence. I really think that's what happened. Because Biden he's hell-bent on giving Ukraine money no matter what, Now they just said that the GAO, the Government Accounting Office, said, we don't have any more money to give Ukraine. We cannot give them any more. So what does Biden do? He's finding ways to try and give them money to sidestep the loss. You wouldn't do that unless you're trying to cover your ass, I already said, what was it last month? $100 billion given away between Ukraine and Israel. That $100 billion could have been used. Of course it could have. And we could have built a shitload of smaller houses for all the homeless. And then, charge them a small fee to eventually buy the places, but not crazy money, And there's a lot of things we could be doing. We could be creating jobs instead. We're kissing the union's asses. It's bullshit. A Big Mac, a large order of fries, and a large drink in California is $19. Really? And the Big Mac has burgers that are literally an eighth-inch thick. 2 of them. $18. You know why? Because we got to pay the jackasses over there $20 minimum wage. They're starter jobs. You don't get big money working at McBee's, man. You just don't. And ultimately, McDonald's is saying, you know what? We're going to fire everybody and bring in robots because they'll work for free. And after the initial investment, the robots will pay for themselves. And then these assholes that demanded $20 an hour, now they're demanding $25, last I heard. They're going to be standing the unemployment line. And they'll be homeless too. So I'm saying, we got to put a stop to this shit, reset everything, and bring it all even again. There's no reason a house should cost $1 million. There's nothing there. We need to bring houses down to $50,000 again. We need to bring cars down to $5,000 or $6,000 again. Get all the crap out of the cars. We don't need it. You know, you're gonna drive back and forth. You want to be in a automated fucking luxury hotel going back and forth to work because that's what cars have turned into. They'd have you believe anyway. Get all that shit out of there. Make the bill cars cheap again. Toyota just came out with a pickup truck that they're going to sell for $10,000 US. That truck may never see it here because it don't have airbags. It doesn't have any other safety equipment other than seatbelts. It has air conditioning, which to me is the most important thing. And a 4-cylinder engine will probably get, 40, 45 miles per gallon. $10,000. If they come here, I'm going to buy one. Because you can't touch a truck here in this country for under 30, 40 grand. You just can't do it. You want something nice, a luxury truck, you're looking at 60,000 up. That's fucking ludicrous. So, that's what I'm saying. We got to bring things back in line again. Because people don't have the money for this shit. It's the average house in California is $2 to $4 million. Who the fuck has got that kind of money? It's nuts. Russ says we keep telling our leaders they don't listen. Of course they don't listen because they don't care. We're just peons to them, useless eaters. If they could find a way to kill us without getting in trouble, trust me, they would do it. I think to some degree they already have. To some degree, with this booster, the vaccine. It's just the way it is because we're not willing to fight over it. They know it. Hardy says our government gave Ukraine our military equipment that was going to scrap as we updated and no money except for transportation. Well, now, that's sort of reasonable once again, though. If you pick a fight with somebody, you're on your own. I'm not saving your ass. As I said, we should have never gotten in the middle of that fight because basically we were running a proxy war against Russia because Biden wants to see Putin dead. By the way, there were 2 attempts on Putin's life in the last few weeks. Assassination attempts. And I would bet you money that the United States is behind it. That's what I'm saying. It's not our same thing with it. I have nothing against the Jews. I don't dislike the Jews. I don't dislike the Palestinians. Actually, I don't even like the Palestinians. But if you keep running people over and stealing their land, eventually they're going to get pissed off and start fighting back. And that's what's happening over there. And we're supposed to give all this money and research. Eventually they're going to want our men and our women to go fight their fucking war over there. Well, I got news for you. They're not worth our lives. They picked this fight with Palestine. They should have to deal with it. They were given land in 48. They should have stuck with it, but they've been expanding ever since. If you watch my Wise Guy videos, I actually put up maps of how much they've expanded since 1948. And now they're trying to get rid of the few remaining Palestinians that are left in Gaza because they want the Gaza Strip themselves. They're not any more right than the Palestinians are. Neither side is right. Why in the fuck are we throwing our money and possibly blood into it? We have warships out there, all right? How long is it going to be before they sink one of our warships or damage it badly enough to where we need to fight back? How stupid can we be? I've talked about this before, so I'm not going to go over it again, but if you're really interested in what I think, watch my Wise Guy videos. We cover it all. So he said he gave $80 billion to Ukraine and $20 billion to Israel. That is saying a lot. Of course, Israel. We've been giving Israel, I think, at least $15 billion a year, almost as long as I've been alive. What are they doing with that money? Why are we giving it to them? I don't understand it. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Russ. We are headed over a cliff. And we can see the edge of it right now, and that's the problem. If we don't pull back now, we're not going to be able to. Artie says housing prices is high due to real estate corporate greed. Government won't do anything about it as they are making. Well, of course they are. Everybody benefits except for we the people. We're the ones getting bent over. Nobody else is. You know. Now I know there's a lot of argument over. I suggested this years ago, and I was basically labeled a communist. You know, I said, no, I'm not a communist. I said, I'm just saying that we should limit how much people can bend you over for something. You know, because when I was growing up, your income was here, your outgo was just a little bit higher, or maybe even the same. So if you made $5,000 a year, you could live a decent life, support your wife and your kids, have a new car in the driveway, own your house in a few years, and you were living the American dream. Today, that dream is just a fucking distant memory, if even. You know, both adults have to work, and that most time that's not even enough to pay the rent or the mortgage. Forget about buying a new car. You know, everything is outrageously priced. My dad's first house he bought in 1956, the one that we grew up in for a while before we moved to Florida. He paid $5,000 for it. Paid it off in 5 years. You know, I don't remember what it sold for. It couldn't have been much, obviously. Well, $5,000. And I think the interest rates, if there were any, were much lower. That's another thing. There should be no interest on housing, no interest on cars, or medicine, or any necessities in life. Luxuries, yes, you can tax the shit out of. But anything you need to actually survive and live should not be taxed. That includes license plates, driver's licenses, homes. None of that shit should be taxed. And there's a meme runner, I think I even have it somewhere. Before 1913, I think it was, there were no taxes at all. And the government had plenty of money to build schools, build roads, run the infrastructure, and yet there was no taxes. So what the fuck happened, you know? Well, we weren't giving money away at that time. And the government was smart. They probably put a lot of their money that they did get into actual taxes or savings accounts that drew interest and probably lived off the interest. Today, we collect over $1 trillion a year in income tax. And yet, we're still $33 trillion in debt. Obviously, we're spending way more than we're bringing in. And it's ridiculous. And we the people are letting it happen. Nothing should be spent without our consent. It shouldn't be up to Congress or the Senate or the President. It should be up to we the people. You want to send $100 billion to Ukraine? You better let us decide whether you can or not. If we say no, it's off the table. And you know, of course, we're going to because we're not stupid. That's why it doesn't go to a public vote. But it should. It's our money, you know. The government thinks it's their money. Even when we have it, they think it's theirs. It's not right. Let's see. Yep, very true. My new neighbor who's Palestinian is saying the same thing. He's a really nice guy. Well, but it is true, you know. Something needs to change. And like I said, a lot of our enemies may not even be our enemies. And whether they are or not doesn't matter. Look, if Israel doesn't like the Palestinians and the Palestinians don't like Israel, which seems to be the case, that's between them. Let them work it out. Well, there's no reason for us to get in the middle of it because ultimately we'll be left with the whole ball of wax when all said it. Remember what happened in Vietnam? We went to Vietnam to help the Canadians. As soon as we got there, the Canadians says, all right, we're out of here, and left us holding the ball. And we were stupid to get in the middle of it. It wasn't our problem. Did we change anything? North and South Vietnam still hate each other. They're still enemies. As far as I know, they're still killing each other. Look at North and South Korea. We fought in Korea too. What did we solve there? Nothing. You know. It's another thing. If we are going to go to war, let's fucking annihilate the enemy. Nobody lives. Everybody dies. If you're the enemy, we kill you. We don't take prisoners. We just fucking eliminate you. And then we take over the land. Now it's ours. The way they used to do it back in the day, you know, called the spoils of war. We don't get spoils anymore. Now we just get a big fucking tax bill for it. Hey, you knew things were bad though. In Korea, the soldiers were allowed to bring home their weapons and anything they took off the Koreans, you know, the North Koreans. I had a friend who had a, the hell was the gun they used? I can't remember, a certain rifle they used. He killed a Korean soldier and took his gun, and he brought it back home. It was completely legal, all right? So, I think it was an M1 maybe, M1 Durand, I don't remember, but Vietnam, if you tried to bring home any of that shit, you'd get arrested. Some of the soldiers tried to smuggle the shit back. Some actually got away with it, but it was considered a crime. You couldn't bring back war souvenirs. Well, what the fuck? You put your life on the line, and they're telling you can't take any, you can't reap any benefits for it? Fuck you. You know? I mean, I'd probably be collecting rifles off every soldier I killed. I'm taking these home. These are mine now, you know. Of course, you wouldn't be allowed to do that, but, you know, my idea is, hey. All right, he said here, a single person needs to make at least $1,500 take-home pay to be comfortable and still be able to put money aside. Secret for today is not to borrow money to keep ahead of the Jones. Oh, that's true. That's the problem we also have here. But here you need to double that money, maybe triple it, just to pay your bills. So when the average rent price is $2,000 to $3,000 a month to rent an apartment, and if you have a car payment, that may be another $700 or $800 a month. You got insurance, which is also $100 or so a month. You know, you got to eat. Eating's expensive as shit. I mean, you're looking at, realistically, you got to probably bring in $5,000 to $6,000 a month just to be comfortable, to stay on top of the game and not be extravagant. That's not saying a lot, you know. Let's see. The American dream is in a landfill somewhere? Yeah, pretty much is. I lived it for a while in the 70s. I really did. Making $2 an hour. I was living the American dream. And then it just went to hell somewhere along the line. All right, so my biggest weekly overhead is my rent, but don't have any credit cards or loans. That's a good thing. I've got a lot of credit card debt right now I got to get rid of. Charging super high interest rates on credit used to be against the law. Now I know their credit. I get applications for credit cards. I don't want any more. But the last one I got was 38% interest. Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, there was a time that was called loan sharking. You know, it was highly illegal. Currently not anymore. Yes, Roosevelt did start all the taxes. They were supposed to be temporary too, by the way. And of course, once the government saw how much money they were making, said, "Oh no, we got to keep getting this." It's our money they like to spend and give away. Of course it is. Well, it's not theirs, so they don't care. They're racking up millions of dollars, and we're still paying for all their shit. And that's another thing I got a problem with. How come they get a pension for life? All they have to do is serve one term in office, and they get a pension for the rest of their lives equal to what their salaries were while they were in office. That's bullshit, you know. They should get on Social Security just like the rest of us. I think we could get a lot more money if they did, wouldn't it? This is, mind you, Sydney has gone to the crappers too. Average house price now, 1.6 million. That's fucking crazy. How do they do it? How do they get away with it? Or he said, mind you, South Korea does make good cars. Yeah, that's true. South Korea's thriving, you know. North Korea, on the other hand, well, you know. Here, latest one, that fucking dumbass up there, the fat boy rocket man. He says, we're going to take out all of the United States satellites out of orbit. We're going to shoot them all down. Well, good luck with that, asshole. And we could solve that problem by, you know, lobbing a heat sinker right into his little castle there, palace, whatever you want to call it. That would solve that problem. I don't understand why we haven't done that yet. So, already said I got a 1 ton of lantern goes great in the Aussie heat up the mountains. Yeah, that's true. Rick says we just need to keep our troops here and defend us, and not every frickin' nation who gets invaded. Well, that's true. I said if we recalled all our troops, put them on the border where they belong, with orders to shoot to kill anybody who trespasses, we'd solve we'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We'd save all that money that we're not spending on the illegals. We could give that money to the soldiers. We could pay their way and protect our country all in one shot. They won't do that, of course, but that's what should happen. Like what we're doing. Yeah, I guess you are already, but you know, Australia's a little different than America, obviously. Russ says, Meyer, if you rented a room in someone else's house, you can get by on 1,500 take home. Or yeah, maybe. I don't know. The rent a room here is ridiculous. It used to be $100 a month to rent a room in the States. Now I believe it's about $400 a month, maybe more. It's ridiculous for a room that you may or may not even have kitchen privilege for, you know. And like I said, it's all based on greed, unfortunately. It's the way it is. It's the same here. Some places in Sydney that are charging double that, if not triple. I'm just glad I'm here, not in Sydney, and got a great landlord who isn't really lucky. Like I said, when I rented my apartment in the old house, I was getting $675 a month. Everything's included. You didn't have a light bill or water bill, anything, all tied into it. And I still made good money because the house was paid for. So it was straight profit that I made. And I took good care of the place too, because, you know, if I let anything go, it would really get bad, and I'd be in deep trouble. So if something went wrong, I was there that day and fixed it, you know. Like your air conditioner went out in the back, had a wall shaker in there. Went down, boom, went to the store, bought another one, had it installed the next day. She's good to go. But I could have gotten a lot more for rent, but I figured if people can't afford it, they're just not going to pay me. And then I'll have to kick them out. All the horseshit. Keep the rent reasonable. They'll be happy. Treat them like decent people, you know, as long as they pay their rent on time, which he did. And took care of the place and said, you know, everybody benefited on that. Matter of fact, she was really mad at me when I sold the house. I told her you're going to have to leave, you know. She was real mad, but they said she wound up going back to New Mexico, where she came from to begin with, but I couldn't keep the house to keep her in a place to live. I wanted to get out of there because I figured I'd lose the house anyway. Property taxes quadrupled since I sold it. I couldn't have paid it. I just didn't have the money. So I knew that. I saw it coming. I sold it and got the hell out of Dodge. Artie says I pay $1,600 per month on a 2-bedroom house. That's not bad, not really. Not great, but not bad. Hey, John Nippenberg, how's it going, man? Good to see you. I remember when you could rent a house for about $150 a month. Back in the 70s. My first apartment that I rented was $60 a month. Everything was included except for a telephone. If you wanted phone service, that you had to get on your own. Electric, water, garbage pickup, all included in the rent. $60 a month. That was a nice place. It wasn't a house, it was a duplex. But it wasn't tiny. It was 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, which was standard at the time. And right after I got married, we were renting a converted garage Had a 2-car garage. We made 2 small apartments out of it. I was paying $135 a month there, and everything was included. You know, we stayed there for a long time, and then he told us he was going to convert it into a children's nursery, so we had to move. So we moved out. Next place I rented was $400 a month, and it just seemed like every time I moved, the price went up. You know, it was crazy. All right, so I still need to pay for the power and internet. What is included in my rent? Well, that's cool. I said, my landlord said he didn't want high rent prices where he would end up with new tenants. Well, that's what I'm saying. I said the same thing. If you had a reasonable price, you'd keep a tenant for practically life, you know. And for the most part, I did. I mean, Patricia was there, I think, for 6 years. I never raised the rent. I said, this is what you'll pay for the rest of your life, you know. There was no reason to raise it. All right, every time I rented a place, well, you know, insurance went up, and it's like, yeah, whatever. You know, place is paid for. You're just trying to bend me over. It's just the way it is. All right, so the average 2-bedroom houses to rent here now $2,600 per month. So I got this cheaper. Yeah, that's the way it is here too. I mean, it's ridiculous. I think. Last I heard it was about $23 a month. But I think since my house went up, I heard somewhere they were over $3,000 a month for a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house or 2-2. That's crazy. This is my car and home insurance went up 17% this year. Property tax went up 10% over last year. Yeah, I know. I don't have, well, I have car insurance. It went up a little bit. Not much, but I'm still pissed about it. Never had an accident, never filed a claim. You know, been driving since I was 15 legally. And the suckers are still bending me over. And of course, I have 3 vehicles. That doesn't help any either. I got my car, my truck, and my wife's got her Mustang. And the Mustang's actually costing more than both my car and truck. It's only 2 years newer than my car. Because it's a Mustang. I don't have home insurance because I can't afford it. Which I wish I could. I live in a wood house. I always worry about fires, believe it or not. But, you know, I can't afford the insurance. It's outrageous. It's actually more than I get paid at per year. Almost, anyway. Yeah, last year was like $12,000 a year for homeowners insurance. That's ridiculous, you know. If I had the extra money, I'd put it into a savings account and sort of self-insure. I mean, I don't have to have insurance for the house is mine. But it's ridiculous. Property taxes, they went up a little tiny bit, not much, like 2%. So I'm still not paying that much. I think my bill is, well, it was originally $1,210. If I'd have paid it in November. But it don't look like I can pay it till January, so it's probably going to be around $1,250 or $1,260, which still isn't bad. It's more than I'd like it to be, but it's a lot cheaper than what I was paying back in Naples. Like I said, I'm on a fixed income. I just don't have a shitload of money. If they decided to charge me $5,000 a year for property tax, I couldn't pay it. I don't have the money, you know. Or I wouldn't be able to eat anyway, and I wouldn't live long without food, so either way, I'm screwed. Already says I paid $360 for the year on my car insurance. That's cheap. I'm paying $600 every 6 months. So basically, I'm paying $1,200 a year, well, almost $1,300 a year for 3 cars. I don't have full coverage. I used to have full coverage on my car because of the low mileage, and I figured it's worth fixing, you know. But it got so expensive, I said, well, put me down for the minimum, you know. Somebody hits me, I may have to kill them. It won't matter anyway. You know, because I'll be in prison or whatever. But it's ridiculous, you know. Like I said, I got a spotless record. I haven't had a speeding ticket in 20 fucking years. Knock wood, you know. 20 years. I don't do the speed limit, but I'm better at not getting caught now. That's a rule. No accidents, never had a DUI. They should be paying me, for Christ's sake, you know. Same with my wife. She's got the same record I do. She's a year younger than me, almost. No accidents. I don't think she had a speeding ticket in a very long time. And that shouldn't make a difference anyway. And like I said, they should be paying both of us instead of us paying them, you know. Or he says, yeah, but you Americans are crazy drivers for driving on the right side of the road. Because that's the right way to drive. The only reason you're driving on the left because the fucking English do it, because you're all originally from England. And England's one of the few places that drive on the left side of the road. I think some of the roads in Japan are left side, but some are right side too, I think. I'm not 100% on that, but I know they got a lot of right-hand, normal cars like we have over there. They also have right-hand or left-hand drive cars. But Italy and all them places all drive on the right-hand side of the road, to my knowledge. So you guys are the ones that are on the wrong side of the road. And are we crazy? Yeah, I guess to a point we are. But, you know, we're no crazier than you. I've seen some of those Aussie documentaries on driving in Australia, and you guys are just as crazy as we are. Maybe even more so. I don't want to hear that shit. 2 autos full coverage and home is $19.44 a year. That's not great, but not bad either. For full coverage, that's really not too bad, really. Like you said, I took the full coverage off my car and I saved $300 6 months on it. They don't do 1 year terms now. It's all 6 months now. They do that so they can fuck you over early. You see, if you got a ticket in between, say in the middle of a year, if they covered you for a year, in theory they couldn't raise your rates until they renewed your insurance, your term policy. Now they could do it, or they could drop you altogether after only 6 months. The insurance companies are a big scam anyway. I don't care what anybody says. When I started driving, insurance was elective. It was not mandatory. I didn't have it. And I drove a hell of a lot crazier than I do today. And I still never gotten any wrecks, you know. None that were my fault anyway. Actually, I had 2 accidents in my life. Both times were the other guy's fault. One I let happen. The other one I didn't see coming. I told him about that. You know. Now, I'm more likely to get in a wreck today because I have a bad attitude with assholes on the road. And somebody's going to do something really stupid. That's going to be it. I'm going to put them on their fucking roof. You watch and see if it don't happen. I don't care. The good news, my insurance company has first accident forgiveness, so even if I fuck somebody up pretty good, my insurance won't go up the first time. Yeah. But, you know, something could happen. Already says here, insurance goes up 10% for each point you lose on your license. We have 12 in total, lose 12 points a month. You're walking through, yeah, that's the same here. They have the point system here, although I don't think they enforce it. I mean, I've gotten a few tickets in the past, you know, years and years ago. Never paid more in insurance or anything. It never affected anything. Of course, I did do that little trick where I overpaid the fine. I don't know if you can do it anymore, but let's say you got a $100 fine. All right, or say $110 fine. So they would send you the thing in the mail, so you could pay it. You could either pay it in person or pay it through the mail. I always paid through the mail. So I'd write a check for $120. Give $10 too much. Well, by law, they had to give me $10 back. But they would write me a check for $10, send it back. I'd file 13 the check after I tore it up. Well, until you cash the check, the case is considered open and not solved. So they couldn't report to the insurance companies that I got a ticket because we never solved the actual transaction because I refused to pay the $10. I think they got, I don't know if you can do it now. No, for many years, that's what we used to do. You get a ticket, you pay $5 or $10 more. They would write you a check back. You tear the check up and throw it away, and the case remained open forever. It was a flaw in their software. Not many people knew about it. I was one that did. And that's probably why my insurance never went out. And to this day, if you pull up my driving record, a lot of those tickets aren't on there because they were never closed. Because I never cashed a check. Yeah. Hey, you fuck with me, I'm going to fuck with you back. You know? That's what you got to do. All right, says all Japan drive on the left side of the road as well as, yeah, I know Hong Kong. I wasn't sure about Japan because, like I said, I see they have both left and right hand drive cars there, which I thought was kind of weird. Although every time I see them driving in the movies and stuff, they're on the left hand side of the road. Yeah, Russians, Aussies are lefties, maybe. Well, I'm left-handed. I've driven left-hand drive cars, but the right-hand drive, whatever you want to call it. I had a mail truck that I had a test drive that had some drivability problems, as well as a Rolls Royce and a right-hand drive Subaru, a mail truck, mail car. It's a little weird because you're still on the right side of the road, but you're on the wrong side of the car. And you had to be careful making right-hand turns because you didn't want to accidentally go off in the other lane, you know, when you're making your turn. Because you're not sitting there, so you can't really... It's a little tricky to drive it that way, but I got used to it pretty quick. California drivers are bad here, in my opinion. Well, they're not the only ones. Ohio's bad, Michigan's bad, New York's worse, Boston's bad. A lot of the states that I've been through, I wasn't impressed with their drivers. And Florida, we're bad too, but, you know, I don't know, I guess the average driver is probably not very proficient driving, you know. Yeah, we are, because we swing hard with our right hand. It could be hard. London, the insurance firm, according to them, there's a car wreck in the U.S. every 15 seconds. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And part of that I blame on the airbags and the seatbelts. Prior to airbags and seatbelts, there weren't as many wrecks. Unfortunately, the few that they were, in most cases, were deadly. But there were few of them because people knew, if I get in a wreck, I may die. Today, they don't care because the insurance covers you financially, and the seatbelt and the airbags cover you physically. You think you're indestructible. You don't care. People do stupid things in their cars. I see it every day. If they knew they were going to get in a wreck and die, trust me, they wouldn't do it. And there was proof of that, like I said, back in the day. There were fewer accidents because accidents were, in a lot of cases, deadly. So you avoided them, you know. There was a commercial on TV back in the 70s. I think it was for Volvo, but I'm not sure. I don't remember that well, but they got a car flying down the road doing like 100 miles an hour. And the commentator says, and there's a brick wall up ahead, right? He says, at Volvo, our cars are really safe, but we like to tell our people that are driving to avoid the wall so we don't have to test the safety of the car. And you see the car go around the wall and not hit it. And it kind of made a lot of sense when you think about it, you know. And it, like I said, this was before airbags. The only thing they really had was the seat belts, and they had the collapsible undercarriage, or however they have some fancy way of helping survivability in a wreck. But still, you're going to get hurt. The point is, if we convince people that driving is dangerous again, people will be more careful. I drove like an idiot even without insurance, but I knew what I was doing. I mean, I was a good driver, a professional driver of sorts. I wasn't just some dumbass breaking laws for the fun of it. If it could be done in a car, chances are I've done it already. I did it proficiently. I took driving very seriously. I started driving when I was 12 years old on my own. I was on my dad's lap from the time I could remember driving the car, was steering anyway. So driving to me was a natural thing. And like I said, if you got in a wreck, there was a good probability you may not survive it. So you tried to avoid getting in a wreck. You tried to go around the wall instead of into it, Today, it's the exact opposite. Oh, our cars are so safe now, even if you slam into a wall at 130 mile an hour, you'll walk away. First off, it's a lie. Unless you're driving a NASCAR, race car, you're not going to walk away from it. And the cars are actually not as safe as they were back in the day because they're tin cans, But you got your seatbelt and your airbag, you'll live through it, They cut your legs off, They do permanent damage to your face, but you'll live. That's all right. I got rid of the airbags in my car. They're non-functional. And the truck too. I don't want shit blowing up in my face. I don't wear a seatbelt, never have, never will. And I drive defensively as best as I can. Is there a 100% guarantee I won't get in a wreck? No. But I've certainly increased the odds because I'm paying attention and I do drive defensively. And we need to get that back in people's heads again. Most people are out there listening to the radio, putting on their makeup, smoking a joint, drinking a beer. They just don't care. Because we've convinced them that no matter what, they're going to live through it, and the insurance will cover their asses financially. In other words, we're rewarding bad behavior. Now, if you think about it, you know I'm right. Worldwide, it's every 4 seconds. I believe it. Because I read a documentary once where this guy claimed that humans were not designed to travel any faster than 5 miles an hour. He was kind of stupid. He may have been right, but he says there's something humans do not have, most of us, I guess, or most people, don't have the reflexes to defensively drive at more than 5 miles an hour. I don't believe that. Some may not. That's going to happen. See, everyone tells me that the rest of the world drives on the opposite side, so they're saying is Canada and Mexico drive. No, they drive on the right-hand side too. North America, which includes Mexico and I think even South America, drive on the right-hand side of the road. It's Europe that seems to have the issue, and Australia with driving on the other side of the road. And some of the other, in Italy, they drive on the right-hand side of the road, I think. Or maybe it's France. One of the countries there doesn't drive on the left because you have to be real careful when you're traversing the different countries because you're on different sides of the road. It doesn't really matter. You still have to use common sense to drive whichever side of the road you're on. All right, so people are becoming too reliant to the automation and all the safety avoidance. Yeah, that's true. As I said, it just makes them, it relaxes them. Well, the car will stop for me, I got auto braking and, it'll stay in its own lane, so I don't have to worry about, veering over in the lane. And I see that more often than not. These idiot drivers, especially if they're coming on a 2-lane road and they're crossing the line, it's like, dude, you're in my fucking lane, And me, I'm an asshole. I'll jump in their lane. scares the shit out of them most of the time. Kind of scares me a little bit too, because I'm not sure what they're gonna do. But I figured, fuck, you're gonna hit it, might as well make it worthwhile, you know. But fortunately, so far they veer off, you know. And I was prepared to veer back in my lane anyway. You know, I mean, what else are you supposed to do? They don't care. You gotta kind of show them you don't care either. It scares them most of the time. Yeah, there you go. People forget what a turn signal is also. See the problem here. I only use my turn signals when there's other traffic around. Otherwise, I don't use them. I mean, what's the point? There's nobody to see it, well, I use them. But if there are cars in front or behind me, yes, I do use them. Let's see that one. People are becoming, that watch the videos when cars running another car. It's still in cruise control mode doing 70. Yeah, you got to be careful. I mean, I use the cruise control when I'm on a long ride, but I don't trust it. I still got my foot there just in case, you know, on the brake or near the brake. Rick says people forget what a turn signal is. Also, see this right out. A lot of people don't. Artie says I use hand signals to confuse you. Yeah, most people don't know what the. I mean, I remember from being a kid in a bicycle, we were taught that, you know, hand up was right turn and hand out was left turn. You know, back then people knew what it meant though, so you didn't have to worry about it. Rick says that's funny. Already, the new drivers probably don't know what hands. No, they don't. They don't. Most of them don't know much of anything. Raymond says, as far as I know, pretty much all of Europe drives on the right and proper side. Yeah, I think you're right. I said there's a few that don't. England obviously doesn't. I'm not 100% sure in the other countries though, but I know some of them do drive on the right. All right, so we don't have issues driving on the left side of the road. It's the rest of you who have issues with it. Mind you, I do mess up when I get home from the U.S. Yeah, that'd be tough. I mean, you'd have to pay attention. Like I said, you know, I never driven on the left-hand side of the road, but if I knew I was supposed to, I probably could. It would be. I'd still have to pay attention though, because I'd want to revert back to the right way. Rick says, when I first got my license, I had to know hands. So yeah, we did. That was part of the driver's ed course. Never used them, but I turned signals for that. But you know, of course, it depends how old you are. I mean, back in I think some of the early '50s cars didn't have turn signals. I think. At least I don't think the trucks did. Maybe the cars did, but something didn't have them all the time. Only 5 still chatting. Only 5 minutes, just 12 watching. A lot of African countries drive on the left side too. Do they really? I don't know anything about that. Doesn't surprise me. Yeah, hand up with both turn and stop. That's true, Art. I don't know. Like I said, it's all craziness, but yeah, what are you gonna do? We can't fix all the problems of the world. We can only fix some of them, unfortunately. Like I said, we've created some of the problems that are happening here now, and that's the biggest issue. And unless we go backward, we're not going to solve those problems. And we really do need to go backward. Like I said, you need to. There were things that we did back in the day that worked. They've proven to work. Now you fast forward to today, and well, unfortunately, these new ideas are not working too well. They just aren't. Well, that's all the water. Take that home with me later and refill it and bring it back here. I try and keep it filled up in the fridge for alternative to soda. Well, guys, it's after 10 o'clock, and I think I'm going to call it a night. So, as always, we had fun. We always do. We've solved a few of the world's problems. Unfortunately, we're not in a position to actually carry them out. But we did solve them. Hey, Les, you coming in? Where are you at now? Oh, yeah, are you? I hope you get that problem solved, man, whatever's going on. And it sucks, I know, but what are you going to do? Anyway, guys, I want to thank y'all for hanging out with me tonight. I'm not going to run the live stream thing because y'all know what's next. And I'm just going to put the outro on and call it a night and say goodnight to y'all. And two more weeks and 3 days till Christmas. In the meantime, play with your trades. All right, guys. We'll see you later.